Committee will come to order. The committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. This hearing is entitled Combating the Economic Threat from China. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous material to the chair for inclusion in the record. I want to thank our panel for being here. I now recognize myself for 3 minutes to give an opening statement. The actions of the Chinese Communist Party last week serve as a clarifying moment. China is not an ally or a strategic partner. They are our competitor and pose the single greatest threat to America's global standing. This committee is holding our first hearing of the Congress on combating the economic threat from China. This is a priority for the Congress, and our committee's jurisdiction is central to this discussion. The economic strength and vibrancy produced by our system of free market capitalism directly fuels America's military strength and cultural power. Whether it's through sanctions, export financing, international financial institutions, or our capital markets, all of which fall under this committee's jurisdiction. This committee will lead this Congress's economic agenda in response to China. This agenda must maintain trust and confidence that our system will continue to grow capital resources, industrial capabilities, and new technologies. In other words, we must double down on our commitment to free people and free markets. The juxtaposition between the United States and China could not be more clear. They are centralized, we are decentralized. They are closed, we are open. They suppress free speech and human dignity. We embrace it. These are the American values that produce the economic strength that has led to the highest living standard and greatest military power in human history. Last Congress, committee Republicans laid out principles for how we should attack the economic parasite of China without sacrificing the host, which is our free market system. First, we must walk the walk. For the U.S. to compete with China, we cannot become more like the Chinese Communist Party. We need to carefully evaluate if a policy proposal could jeopardize America's ability to innovate, grow, and allocate capital, or if it would cause allies to question our commitment to free people and free markets. Second, the United States and its allies must prevent China from rewriting the international rules of the road. We should reject policies that allow China to ignore debt transparency and multilateral standards with impunity, or allow them to exert a malign influence in the international financial institutions. Finally, the United States must lead by example. Our national security requires the U.S. financial sector to remain open, vibrant, and resilient, even as we prevent Chinese companies from advancing Beijing's strategic ambitions. If we stick to these principles and reinforce American values rather than undermine them, we can outcompete China on the global stage. I yield back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the committee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, for 4 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we discuss how to bolster our economy and to counter threats from China, I'd like to start by saying that if House Republicans continue their brinkmanship over debt ceiling, it will result in even more severe interest rates hikes, a plunging stock market, major job losses, and a recession of epic proportions. Such a global financial crisis would hand the Chinese Communist Party a massive win by boasting the Chinese government's standing in the world. We've been down this road before, and there have been real harms to our economy. In the past, just by coming close to a default, this committee should be doing everything that it can to avoid the calamitous outcome. I believe this is what our committee should be focused on, and so I would like to submit for the record a letter that I've sent to you, Mr. Chair, requesting a hearing on the economic harm that will be caused by nearing or triggering a national debt default.
Without objection.
Thank you. I also want to point out the fact that anti-Asian American violence has skyrocketed in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, fueled significantly by former President Donald Trump's dangerous and xenophobic language, which we must hold the Chinese government accountable for its harmful actions. We have a responsibility to avoid language that stokes hatred and fuels xenophobia and violence against the Asian American community. I'm proud that last Congress, House Democrats led the legislative effort to put an end to this violence by passing COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. Right now, the authoritarian regime of the Chinese Communist Party is trying to reshape the international order to supplant U.S. leadership. We must confront this challenge by defending our values and securing our interests globally. And that's exactly what Democrats, particularly committee Democrats, have done. We've taken critical steps to protect our nation's security and ensure U.S. businesses and our economy can successfully compete with China by passing critical legislation. The American Competes Act, which had provisions to counter the Chinese Communist Party's growing economic influence, the longest reauthorization of the Export-Import Bank to preserve and create millions of jobs right here in America and to support American businesses as they compete with China. The Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2020, which included a government-wide strategy to combat illicit finance. The Corporate Transparency Act to prevent the use of shell companies to hide dirty money in the U.S. The CHIPS and Science Act of 2022 to ensure we win the technology race for the 21st century. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which for the first time in decades poured significant funds into our aging infrastructure to not only support businesses here, but to attract investment from around the world. And the Inflation Reduction Act to finally reassert American leadership and displace China as the key supplier of critical equipment for the technologies that are needed to fight climate change. Still, there's more work to do, including making sure U.S. companies like hedge funds, private equity funds, and Wall Street are not investing in ways that hurt our economy or funding the adversarial actions of the Chinese government. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses all about what more this committee can do to support our economy. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For decades, China has employed a military-civil fusion national strategy to develop the People's Liberation Army into a world-class military. This strategy involves commingling of private industry in China and the Chinese military-industrial complex. Recognizing this threat in 2020, President Trump issued an executive order aiming at curbing U.S. investment into the Chinese military-industrial complex, stating, and I quote, "The People's Republic of China, PRC, is increasingly exploiting the United States capital to resource and to enable the development and modernization of its military, intelligence, and other security apparatuses. In addition to funding its military, China continues to use their economy to oppress their own people. This oppression includes speech suppression of all citizens and the persecution of religious and ethnic minorities, including arbitrary imprisonment, forced labor, and genocide." In 2021, President Biden added to the Trump executive order, stating, and I quote, "The use of Chinese surveillance technology to facilitate repression or serious human rights abuses constitute unusual and extraordinary threats to the national security, foreign policy, and the economy of the United States," end quote. The United States government seemingly acknowledges the national security and economic threat China poses, but we lack meaningful action, as we've just witnessed again this past weekend with the balloon fiasco. As of January 9, 2023, there were 252 Chinese companies listed on U.S. exchanges with a total market capitalization of over $1 trillion. In 2021, the U.S. trade deficit with China was $355 billion. While it's hard to put a dollar sign on China's theft of intellectual property, certain estimates put it as much as $600 billion a year. It is our committee's job to examine all the interconnections between the Chinese and U.S. economy, specifically connections supporting China's military and human rights abuses, and to pursue options to eliminate U.S. capital flowing into those areas. I look forward to today's hearings and the witnesses' discussions. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with Ranking Member Waters' points on the importance of avoiding debt default that would deliver a decisive victory to the People's Republic of China. As we see through the world, for example, in Africa and in the Caribbean, China is making deep inroads into our allies' economy and cultures, partly in an effort to pull our friends away from the United States. We must counter this with the tools at our disposal through our voices and our vote in the international financial institutions, as well as through other activities, such as improving access to the United States-led financial system. Thankfully, through the leadership of Chair Waters, Democrats have already made significant strides to protect our nation's security and competitiveness by passing landmark legislation. I'm looking forward to continuing this critical work as we look at the international issues and national security in financial institutions, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of Mr. Rich Ashew. Mr. Ashew is a former Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Export Administration. He led our dual-use export control efforts and managed Commerce's national security, non-proliferation, foreign policy, and strategic industrial resources functions within the Bureau of Industry and Security. Mr. Tom Feddo. Mr. Feddo served as the first Assistant Secretary for Investment Security at the Department of Treasury, where he led the drafting of regulations implementing FIRMA. Mr. Feddo also served as Assistant Director for Enforcement at OFAC and was an officer in the U.S. Navy's Nuclear Submarine Service. We thank you for your service. Mr. Eric Lorber. Mr. Lorber served as a senior advisor to the Undersecretary for Treasury's Terrorism and Financial Intelligence Division. Mr. Lorber also has testified multiple times before both chambers of Congress, and we value his deep knowledge. Mr. Cleet Williams. Mr. Williams is a trade lawyer who understands the landscape of international economic policy and the available tools. He previously served as a Deputy National Security Advisor and Deputy National Economic Advisor in the previous administration and can provide unique insights into the challenge posed by the CCP. And finally, Mr. Peter Harrell. Mr. Harrell was, until recently, the Senior Director for International Economic Policy with the Biden administration, and I'm sure he'll be able to provide insights into how the current administration views these matters. We thank you all for taking time to be here. Each of you will be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony. As you're all familiar, red means stop. Yellow means hurry up in general parlances. And green obviously means go. So with that, now that we've discovered colors, that colors have action that we should take around them, Mr. Ashew will now recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you for the ground rules, Mr. Chairman, and thank you also for the opportunity to be here, and my appreciation to Ranking Member Waters and the committee for having this very important discussion. Having served as the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Export Administration at the Bureau of Industry and Security, I had both the honor and the challenge of weighing many of the same issues that we're confronting today in this committee, and it's in that capacity that I'm testifying here. It should be stated at the outset that the concerns at the heart of this hearing are well-founded. While great strides have been made in addressing these concerns, national security and economic threats are never static and must be constantly addressed. It's also important to stress early on that U.S. global technology leadership remains strong and that the American culture of innovation is the envy of the world. I stress this because it is essential for policymakers as you consider the challenge of promoting U.S. technology advancement while regulating it in the face of potential threats to cause no harm to the very thing you're trying to promote and protect. Much of what has been accomplished in recent years in this area has been the result of legislation this committee had a key role in enacting: the Export Control Reform Act and the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, also known as ECRA and FIRMA. There are lessons from that debate which are still relevant as Congress considers new measures such as an outbound investment regime or dramatic changes to FIRMA or ECRA. While the issues associated with regulating financial behaviors or technology development are many, I'll confine my comments today to 4 recommendations that are drawn from the lessons in the effort to regulate in this area. First, clearly define the national security threat to be addressed. The temptation to address a broad panoply of legitimate concerns which do not necessarily rise to the level of national security threat is alluring. National security, as currently understood in the United States, is already very broad, taking into consideration factors such as infrastructure, supply chain, and data protection. The best tools are well-aimed, and potentially harsh steps taken by policymakers should ensure that the target of such action is clearly defined. Second, regulate horizontally. What do I mean by that? National security threats are rarely stovepiped. Solutions to address them should not be either. National security threats are commonly carried out by individuals or groups funded by government with the help of or pursuit of technology. Therefore, multiple U.S. agencies and departments must collaborate. One of the most critical updates to FIRMA and ECRA was to dovetail their definitions and authorities, establishing a unique definition, for instance, of critical technologies, and grounding that definition in well-defined export control lists. This synchronization is a model for enhancing the power and effectiveness of U.S. government policy implementation. Third, gaps do exist. Leverage what works to address them. For all the enhancements in recent years to protect U.S. technology, gaps do remain. For instance, it is currently possible that export-controlled technology could be the beneficiary of U.S. financing, intentionally or not. This disconnect is one which could be addressed through alterations to current authorities. A recent enhancement in the Export Administration regulations defines the term support by U.S. persons to include, among other things, financing. While further study must be conducted, this feature of the law creates a regulatory hook to limit financial activities already tied to restrictions based on export controls. And finally, just as synchronization among relevant agencies and authorities is critical, high priority must be given to alignment with partner nations. Many like-minded countries have emplaced national security reviews similar to those of the U.S., such as the Foreign Direct Investment Screening and export controls. It's clear from the behavior of our allies that the U.S. has led in these areas, resulting in a more comprehensive and therefore effective approach, and the U.S. should continue this leadership. Specifically, the U.S., along with key allies, should consider a new method for multilateral controls in targeted technology areas that can work with, but is separate from, the existing multilateral regime construct that has served the U.S. and partner nations well in the past, but which is ill-suited for complex technology supply chains. The ad hoc approach currently utilized in the area of semiconductors, for example, should be replaced with an agreed-upon system among a smaller group of stakeholder nations that can act in concert as the need arises with a full understanding of the nature of the technology involved. Without such alignment, unilateral policy will ultimately fail in combating both national security and economic threats from China. U.S. global technology leadership is indisputable, but it is perishable. Hearings like this are essential to maintaining it. I'm happy to take your questions.
Gentleman yields back. At this time, we'll now recognize Mr. Fetto for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to appear today for your first full committee hearing of the 118th Congress. That this is your first hearing makes clear the priorities of the committee and the significance of the current geopolitical climate's impact on our economic security and, by relation, our national security. As the chairman mentioned, I oversaw the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States and led the successful implementation of FIRMA enacted in 2018. By virtue of that experience and roughly 27 years in government service, much of it in national security-related roles, I hope to contribute to your consideration of how we can mitigate the risks to U.S. interests posed by the People's Republic of China while maintaining strong free market principles. I believe we're engaged in one of history's most consequential great power competitions, and that technology plays a vital role in that contest. As the chairman also mentioned, I was on a Los Angeles-class submarine, an engineering and technological marvel, a byproduct of our innovation ecosystem. That experience has made crystal clear the imperative for maintaining America's tech advantage and thus its lethality on the battlefield. The PRC poses grave threats to the United States, its allies, and the global world order, including its strategy to exploit technology, raw materials, market power, and energy resources to achieve its ends. Key supply chains, such as semiconductors and critical minerals, are vulnerable to these same goals. Enactment of FIRMA and the Export Control and ECRA 5 years ago was a response to the potential risks arising from foreign actors' activities involving high-tech U.S. businesses. Now, both Congress and the Biden administration are considering a new agency with potentially sweeping powers to oversee American firms' allocation of resources and capital outside the United States. A version of this new interagency panel was considered while drafting the CHIPS and Science Act. This Committee on National Critical Capabilities would have had sweeping power. Key terms were broad and undefined, leaving substantial latitude to the executive branch. Later proposals were somewhat narrowed, but I believe more homework is necessary. Similarly, media reports indicate the Biden administration intends to establish outbound screening through executive order this spring. I strongly believe that doing so would be a mistake. Rather, Congress is best suited to assess and respond to an issue of this complexity and potential scope and impact. There should be no dispute that to ensure America's future security, the PRC's theft and misappropriation of tech must be prevented. The question is whether a new and potentially far-reaching bureaucracy is the answer. The debate has taken on a presumption that outbound screening is necessary, but decision makers would benefit greatly by not rushing into a solution. Additional hearings should be held to define objectives and determine costs and benefits. When a bipartisan Congress and the Trump administration collaborated to make the most extensive changes to CFIUS in its history, those efforts included roughly a half-dozen hearings with foreign policy and national security experts, the intelligence community, the private sector, and former and current administration officials. Congress and the President were thus well informed regarding the gaps they intended to fill, the law's reach, and the attendant increases in capacity and cost. Afterwards, it took 2 intensive years within an existing CFIUS bureaucracy to effectively implement the law. Here, outbound screening would be created out of whole cloth. As with FIRMA, decision makers would be best served by building a comprehensive record, exploring whether existing or other types of authorities could be less bureaucratic and costly and more impactful. Existing authorities may, in fact, offer a better cost-benefit solution. My written testimony includes a foundational laundry list of issues for a fulsome congressional examination of outbound screening. From my CFIUS experience, a new interagency committee would be extremely time and resource intensive and require substantial effort to build a clear regulatory framework. It's in the best interests of national security, a strong, open economy, and accountable government to get this right. The alternative could be an unrestrained bureaucracy, wasted time and resources, and an inadequate response to the PRC's ominous goals. Again, it's my privilege to appear before you today and contribute to your consideration of these consequential issues. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. This time we'll recognize Mr. Lorber for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to appear before you today to discuss economic sanctions and the U.S.-China competition. I come before this committee as an expert on sanctions. I have served at the United States Department of the Treasury as a senior advisor to the Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, and in the private sector advising clients on sanctions compliance. These positions have afforded me perspective on how sanctions policy is made and implemented, as well as how companies around the world adjust their business models, strategies, and compliance programs to ensure they are meeting their obligations under the law. The testimony I'm giving today is my personal testimony and not on behalf of any organization or client. Over the last 2 decades, sanctions have become a core tool of American foreign policy and national security. When properly calibrated and judiciously used, they can impact U.S. adversaries' behavior and reduce their ability to harm U.S. interests around the world. Nevertheless, they are not a silver bullet and have real limits. In recent years, policymakers in the United States have begun employing targeted sanctions against China as part of the broader U.S.-China competition. These sanctions have focused on control over Hong Kong, human rights in Xinjiang, and limiting certain Chinese military industrial complex companies from accessing U.S. capital, among other areas. While the United States' use of sanctions against China has so far been limited, policymakers have increasingly focused on them as a key foreign policy tool in this competition. As Congress and the administration think through the use of sanctions to achieve national security and foreign policy objectives in the competition, a number of key lessons gleaned from U.S. sanctions programs over the last few decades stand out. First, defining the objective of sanctions is an important first step in any campaign. Any use of sanctions should be preceded by an understanding of what sanctions are meant to achieve. Then policymakers can choose the appropriate types and scope of sanctions to achieve that objective. Second, targeted list-based sanctions can be impactful at disrupting particular threatening activity and making it harder, costlier, and riskier for our adversaries to access U.S. markets. While such targeted sanctions may not change an adversary's desire to threaten U.S. national security, they can impact the adversary's ability to do so. Third, impactful list-based sanctions require constant vigilance by regulators, law enforcement, the intelligence community, and the private sector to ensure that the targets are unable to evade them. While such efforts to disrupt evasion are not always successful, forcing sanctioned parties to engage in such surreptitious activity often imposes significant costs and increases the risks they face. Fourth, expansive programs can have substantial macroeconomic impact and make it harder for countries to engage in activity that threatens the U.S. and its allies and partners. For example, the recent sanctions on Russia have reportedly limited Russia's ability to continue to produce advanced military equipment in a way that has made it more difficult for Russia on the battlefield. Fifth, more expansive programs, including comprehensive programs, can fail to achieve lofty objectives in certain instances, such as the failure to convince North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons program. Sixth, sanctions are more likely to be impactful when access to U.S. markets is more important than access to the sanctioned targets markets. For example, in the case of Iran, the incentive for potential partners to forsake connections with U.S. markets in favor of Iranian markets was very low. This dynamic may not hold in the context of China, however. China's economy is roughly comparable in size to the U.S. economy, and the United States has never waged an aggressive sanctions campaign against a country with such an economy. Seventh and finally, sanctions are likely to be more impactful when the target country's leadership cares more about the negative economic effects than their policy objectives. For example, the U.S. government's efforts to deter Russia from invading Ukraine with, in part, the threat of crippling sanctions did not change that Russian decision. That is likely because Russian leadership did not believe we would impose crippling sanctions, thought they could weather them, or were willing to pay the cost of sanctions in order to achieve their objectives in Ukraine. These are important lessons gleaned over the last 20 years of the aggressive use of sanctions against U.S. adversaries and relevant when considering the use of sanctions in any context, including for the purposes of our discussion today. I look forward to answering your questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Lorber. Mr. Williams, 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the U.S.-China strategic competition. The China national security threat has been on full display in recent days with the PRC's brazen decision to fly a spy balloon over the United States. But the threat from China is not confined only to national security. China also seeks to challenge U.S. economic and geopolitical leadership and to remake the international order with priorities and values that differ significantly from our own. Accordingly, the outcome of this competition will affect the future of our country and the world we live on, and Congress is right to make it a top priority. In my testimony today, I hope to facilitate the committee's development of a strategic China agenda. To maximize our chances of success, we should clearly define our objectives, consider the broader economic consequences, and coordinate our action with allies. Our approach should also be comprehensive and not only defensive in nature. We should crack down on problematic capital and technology flows, but we should also prioritize competitive tax and regulatory policies and double down on our comparative advantages, which include a free market economy, democratic values, a deep network of partners and allies, and the most vibrant financial system in the world. To that end, my testimony will cover the defensive measures needed to protect U.S. national security, the need for multilateral coordination to ensure these measures are effective and do not harm U.S. economic competitiveness, the importance of pairing defensive action with offensive measures to maintain U.S. economic strength, and the appropriate role of bilateral engagement. One key defensive tool Congress is considering is whether to restrict certain types of outbound investment. On this issue, we should assess whether there are gaps in existing tools like export controls. If we determine that technology is so sensitive that it cannot be exported to China, we should ensure U.S. companies are not financing China's indigenous development of the exact same technology. But we should stay focused on national security and avoid a bureaucratic supply chain mechanism like the National Critical Capabilities Defense Act. We should also expand restrictions on investment in Chinese military-industrial complex companies to block private as well as public investment that can contribute to China's military advancement and enact export control measures on advanced technology with military applications. These defensive measures are important, but we must realize that they impose a cost on the U.S. economy by cutting off a critical market and are only effective if U.S. allies take similar actions, since they can provide much of the same capital and same technology that we can. Given the importance of multilateral coordination, we should seek all available avenues to achieve it. Unfortunately, the administration's track record has been mixed, especially with respect to recent export control actions on semiconductors. Congress should push the administration to rectify the situation as soon as possible. One key upcoming opportunity is Japan's G7 host year, which can be used to advance coordination on export controls, outbound investment, and a range of China-related policy. We should also work with allies at the World Bank and IMF to ensure that China is a responsible international stakeholder. Enacting defensive measures is a necessary part of a successful China strategy, but it is not sufficient. As we cut off capital and technology flows to China, we must also be creating new opportunities for U.S. companies that are affected by these measures. One way to do this is to pursue market access trade agreements that cut down barriers to U.S. exports in third country markets to help make up for the lost revenue. These agreements are also key for our supply chain objectives, including reducing our reliance on China for critical goods. In particular, if we want companies to move supply chains out of China, we need to provide them with meaningful incentives to do so. This is all the more pressing in light of China's aggressive pursuit of trade deals, including RCEP, which is now the largest trade agreement in the world. As a result of this deal, it is now easier for 14 other countries in the Indo-Pacific to link their supply chains with China and with each other than with the United States. This is unacceptable. If we are serious about competing with China on supply chain issues, we need a serious trade policy to match. Congress should pressure the administration to move forward with bilateral trade agreements with the United Kingdom, Kenya, Taiwan, as well as to renegotiate the CPTPP. Finally, any winning China strategy requires bilateral engagement. While we should crack down on national security-sensitive trade, we must also realize that China's market provides a massive opportunity for our farmers, energy producers, and financial services firms, all of whom need to sell into China to be globally competitive. Therefore, we should engage with China through the Phase 1 deal to ensure it is playing by the rules and not discriminating against U.S. companies. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Harrell, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and members of the committee, it's an honor to be here alongside so many distinguished colleagues. Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters, as you said in your opening remarks, America's diplomatic, economic, and military competition with the People's Republic of China represents an overarching challenge for this decade. The current government in Beijing is a competitor that seeks to undercut the political, economic, and security interests of the U.S. and our partners. We have to outcompete China in the economic domain and maintain our technological edge. And yet, even as we compete with the PRC, we must also find ways to keep lines of communication open, cooperate on shared challenges like reducing greenhouse gas emissions, continue outreach to the Chinese people, and keep the door open to ties that benefit citizens in both countries. In my testimony, I recommend a three-pillar strategy to manage our economic competition. First, the U.S. and our allies should continue to promote our technological leadership and economic strength. With the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, as well as other pieces of legislation, Congress has enacted policies to make transformational investments in U.S. technology, in the clean energy economy, and in renewing U.S. infrastructure that are critical to maintaining our leadership. We need to build on this foundation while encouraging our allies and partners to make parallel investments in their technology and industrial bases. We need to cooperate with our allies and partners on resilient supply chains as well. It's equally important that we avoid self-inflicted wounds. If the U.S. fails to raise the debt limit this spring and we default on our obligations, we risk harm to both our domestic economy and our global position. A default would undermine global confidence in the dollar and speed up the development of alternatives. It would undercut the confidence of our allies and partners, and it would give Beijing a priceless talking point about the irresponsibility of the United States. Congress must ensure that the U.S. does not default on our national debts. Second, we should protect our technological and economic advantages while limiting Beijing's ability to weaponize the leverage it has over the U.S. and our partners. We need to ensure that U.S. and allied companies and experts do not inadvertently provide Beijing an edge in key technologies, give the PRC access to our critical data, or create dependencies for essential goods and products that the Chinese Communist Party could weaponize to its advantage. Third, we should deepen our partnerships with existing allies while working to strengthen new ones. The U.S. should galvanize like-minded multilateral organizations like the G7 and work with distinct groupings of countries to tackle specific risks like semiconductor issues. We should pursue multilateral economic deals, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and we need to expand bilateral outreach to key emerging markets and swing countries, such as India and Indonesia, to deepen ties as we face a period of long-term competition with Beijing. In my written statement, I've offered detailed policy recommendations across these three pillars. I'm going to highlight just two. First, we need a comprehensive approach to managing the data risks we face from Beijing. The simple reality is that the U.S. does not currently have an effective legal regime to address and mitigate the data security risks we see from the PRC. While we've taken steps to reduce specific risks, such as targeting the presence of Huawei and 5G telecoms networks, and as we see with the current debate over TikTok in the CFIUS process, we need a strategy and new legislation to more effectively address data security risks across the board, as well as a new domestic data privacy law to reduce the volume of data collected in the first place. Second, I urge members of this committee to examine investment flows between the U.S. and China, an issue which my colleagues have also discussed. FIRMA, which Congress passed in 2018, established important updates to the CFIUS process, and the Chinese military company sanctions list provides a valuable tool to limit U.S. investments in the securities of specific Chinese companies. But it's time to look, and for this committee to look, at continuing weaknesses in the CFIUS regime, such as limits on CFIUS's ability to review certain high-risk greenfield investments by Chinese companies here in the U.S. I also urge both Congress and the Biden administration to work together to establish a narrowly targeted mechanism to review a small number of U.S. investments in China that could facilitate Chinese technological capabilities and undermine U.S. national security. In closing, I want to say I'm optimistic about our future. The American people remain innovative and entrepreneurial, and with smart policies and hard work, we'll succeed in this era of geopolitical competition. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, I want to thank the panel for their testimony, and we'll now turn to member questions. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Willems, the Chinese spy balloon that our Air Force shot down this past weekend is just the latest incident involving China. And it demonstrates that there's a threat to the world that China poses, not just to the United States, but to our allies. And to that end, committee Republicans have developed principles on how we approach China, given the fact that we have a different world now than the Soviet communists. This is a different regime, different set of challenges. But central to that premise is that to beat China, the U.S. Should not become China. So I just want to ask you a few questions along those lines. What would you describe as the type of economic policies that could jeopardize our commitment to free markets and free people?
Thank you, Chairman. Let me just say I completely agree with you. There's a reason that China is the one chasing to catch up to the United States. We are the envy of the world because of the policies we have historically held, which value a free market, which value democracy, and all those kinds of principles. I have been concerned about some of the policies that have been advocated for, and in particular, if you look at the National Critical Capabilities Defense Act, that is the kind of bureaucratic mechanism that we often see out of Beijing. And I think we need to be surgical and crack down on the kinds of capital flows that could contribute to their military, but we shouldn't be telling every single private sector company what they can and cannot do, and we should not be overly broad in the way that we handle that issue.
Yes, and so relatedly, second principle that we put forward is that China must abide by the international rules of the road. Can you speak to an area where China is diverging from that path of widely accepted rules of the international economic engagement that we've seen over the last 50, 60 years?
There's almost too many to offer in the 2 minutes and 45 seconds that I have left, but I mean, let me just highlight a couple in the international institutions. I mean, first you look at the WTO, where China's command and control economy is totally inconsistent with those principles. I look at the World Bank, where China, who is the largest bilateral lender in the world, is also receiving a significant amount of loans there. And I look at the IMF, where China has refused to restructure debt for developing countries. I mean, those are just three examples in international institutions where China is an outlier.
And so what are the policies available to Congress to ensure that China does not continue to undermine international institutions? What can we do to counter that?
Well, I think it's a combination of things, and in my testimony, I tried to make the point that you need to be comprehensive, and there are defensive measures you should use. I think there are offensive measures where we need to be creating new markets, and then we need to really be working with our allies and partners through the existing mechanisms, the G7, and then at the IMF, WTO, and World Bank to try to pressure China to change its behavior.
Thanks. Pivoting to you, Mr. Fetto, we just rewrote the rules of foreign investment in the United States with FIRMA that was passed just over 4 years ago. That was an update to the CFIUS process. But that is an inbound flow of capital into the United States, and we have a process for that. There's now a discussion about expanding that authority to an outbound regime of taking U.S. dollars and their investment decisions internationally. What risks does an outbound regime pose to protecting our national security?
To our national security or more broadly?
More broadly, but frankly, it's national security, but more broadly than that, our economic capacity.
Mr. Chairman, the problem is ill-defined at the moment, so it's hard to really scope a solution that precisely tackles an undefined problem. This would be, as Mr. Willems suggested, it would be a major economic policy and foreign policy change to impose these types of capital controls and may impact global capital flows in an unpredictable way, including the extent to which foreign investors want to invest in the United States and how that potentially subjects them to U.S. jurisdiction. The way this was first drafted was incredibly broad, and its extraterritorial nature would have been unbounded almost. And in that respect, it could have really impacted our relationship with our allies and partners. Certainly, as Mr. Ashew has mentioned, Doing these types of tools in a multilateral way is very important. There are only 2 countries in the world that I'm aware of that have outbound screening mechanisms, Taiwan and South Korea. And as you're well aware, the size of the U.S. economy dwarfs those. And so we really have to think through imposing this type of, or creating this type of mechanism, not to mention the bureaucracy that would come with it, which I have deep concerns about, how that would affect us economically.
Well, my time's expired, but we can further expand on this in written form. Now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am focused on making sure that our economy is strong and that we're all united in ways that would put us in a position to deal with China or anyone else who interferes with our ability to carry out our democratic commission methods. And when Democrats last engaged in brinkmanship around whether or not to default on U.S. debts, interest rates on U.S. Treasury bonds skyrocketed. There was havoc in the stock markets, and government, companies, and consumers faced increased borrowing costs. The nation's long-term credit rating fell, resulting in an unprecedented restriction on the Federal Reserve's ability to use its monetary policy tools to define the U.S. dollar and stabilize the economy. And all of this happened when, even though an agreement was reached and we didn't default, Republicans are yet again actively working to risk unleashing the same devastation or worse as they did just over a decade ago. This time, some projections on what would happen if the U.S. defaulted on its debt indicate that the global economy itself could freeze if the United States Treasury market collapses. Can you explain how allowing the U.S. to default on its debt would benefit the Chinese government by causing irreversible damage to the U.S. dollar status as a global reserve currency? Also, please explain how a default would affect Americans' standard of living and our nation's economic standing and political influence across the globe. And I am directing this question to Mr. Elizabeth Holmes.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. I think that a default on the national debt would be catastrophic for Americans and would be a gift for Beijing. You, Congresswoman, cited a number of the risks we run domestically with a major hit to our economy and to our financial markets, which would obviously undermine our economic position vis-a-vis Beijing, as well as harming Americans here at home. I think it would also undercut our view with our allies and partners who count on us for all kinds of things and would take the view if we can't even honor our debts, how can they count on us for their security and to uphold our alliances? And I think it would give Beijing a kind of priceless talking point about how irresponsible the United States is that it can't even pay its basic obligations. I guess the final point I'd make is I do think, and I know there's legislation in front of this committee to deal with kind of the role of the dollar. I am a huge believer that it is important for the dollar to remain the world's reserve currency and the global kind of medium of finance. That whole agenda would be massively undermined as well if we defaulted on our debt.
Thank you very much. Several years ago, I worked with my Republican colleagues to reform the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States to strengthen our tools to prevent adversaries from purchasing key assets in the United States. Last November, this committee held a hearing that examined outbound capital flows, or U.S. dollars, flowing to foreign adversaries, particularly China, and the impact of those investments on our national interest. Several of the witnesses argued for a federal panel to review and, if necessary, restrain certain types of outbound investments, like the controls we impose through CFIUS. The witnesses testified, as have others, that while national security considerations should be paramount in such a review, should not be strictly limited to national security. Could you discuss the merits of creating an outbound investment review panel? What are some of the key elements of such a process?
Thank you very much. As several of my colleagues and I have testified, I do think it's important that the U.S. have the authority to review a very narrowly targeted set of U.S. investments in China. The reality is, for example, when we're investing in semiconductors here, and we are limiting exports of semiconductor company to China, but U.S. companies can still invest in a Chinese semiconductor company to help that company develop its own technology. There's clearly a gap in the regime. And I think we need a narrowly targeted regime with the authority to close those kinds of gaps that we have in our national security apparatus currently.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
I now recognize for 5 minutes the Chairman of the Science Committee, Mr. Lucas, the Dean of the committee.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank our witnesses for offering their expertise, and a thank you to you for holding this important hearing. It has been nearly a year since the invasion of the Ukraine, and the ongoing war has brought the U.S. and our allies together in a series of unprecedented economic sanctions against Russia. This offers a glimpse at what the international response might be in case of Chinese aggression against Taiwan. Mr. Lorber, could you describe the lessons the Chinese have learned from the Russian invasion of Ukraine and how China is responding to protect itself from potential sanctions?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the question. I can't describe the specific Chinese response to what the Russia sanctions campaign looked like, but I can say that a few lessons that came out of the Russian invasion and the associated U.S. response are particularly noteworthy. One is that, to the Biden administration's credit, they did put together a very expansive multilateral campaign that has, over time, done significant damage, I think, to the Russian economy. Maybe not as much as folks wanted it to for a variety of reasons, but has done significant damage and degraded its military capability. At the same time, however, I think it's fairly widely understood and fairly obvious that the threat of Russia sanctions in the lead up to the Russian invasion were insufficient to deter the Russian decision. And so I think that, at least in terms of when thinking about an aggressive, massive sanctions campaign in any scenario, those two principles need to be kept in mind. One, yes, they can be impactful in terms of hurting an adversary's economy, but two, they may not change that adversary's decision-making.
Fair point. Chinese state-owned banks are used to expand China's One Belt and One Road initiative and regularly saddle unsustainable debts on developing countries. For example, the Export-Import Bank of China and the Chinese Development Bank have lent billions of dollars to Sri Lanka, which faces, of course, a debt crisis with no end in sight. African nations such as Ethiopia, Zambia, Kenya also face uncertainty with massive debts from China. Mr. Williams, could you speak to the global economic challenge that Chinese debts place on developing nations?
Thank you for the question, and I agree with your premise that this is a major concern and a major threat. And while I was in the National Security Council, we saw numerous instances where China would get a country knee-deep in debt, and then in exchange for that, in exchange for debt relief, would seize a strategic asset. And so that is a national security threat to the United States. One of the responses that we had in the Trump administration was the BUILD Act, which was intended to make the Development Finance Corporation much more robust in its ability to provide a meaningful alternative to China's investments. And I think so far, the track record on that agency in carrying out that strategic mission has been a little bit mixed. One of the things I talk about in my testimony is improvements that we can make at the DFC, ensuring that it has equity authority that can be used to make investments to countries instead of China, as well as looking at creating a program there similar to what we have at XM, which is the Transformational Exports Program, which cuts through some red tape and makes it easier for us to be strategic. So I think we need to look at DFC, we need to look at XM, and use both of those tools to provide an alternative. And then in the meantime, I talk a little bit about at the IMF and other places where we need to pressure China to restructure those debts for developing nations.
Continuing along on the discussion about the imperative of the U.S. being able to displace Chinese financing, would you expand a little bit more on the importance of the U.S. having a dependable export-import bank as an alternative to Chinese? We've had major discussion in recent years in this body over that very topic.
Absolutely. I think XM needs to play an increased role here. And if you look at the landscape internationally, and if you look at what China provides for its companies, and let's take telecom infrastructure as a good example. If you look at Huawei and companies like that, they are usually being sold at about a 30% discount to Western competitors. And it's very difficult for us, for countries to basically say, I'm going to pay 30% more. Even I hear you on the national security threat, but I'm still going to. So we need to have an alternative to that. And China's transformational CTEP, the China Transformational Export Program, is a good step forward. And I think the committee was right on with creating that. And I think that we need to further bolster XM to be an effective tool in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you. We'll now recognize the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harrell, building on what the ranking member Waters was saying, Chinese government bonds are on issue $3.3 trillion, less than half the value of U.S. treasuries held by foreigners. But do you believe playing around with the debt ceiling, as the Republicans are doing, will cause foreign governments to move away from treasuries and possibly into Chinese bonds?
I do think that thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. I do think that a debt default and even sort of serious brinksmanship does undermine confidence by investors, whether sovereign investors or private investors in Europe and elsewhere in the U.S. Treasury market, and I do think will have long-term adverse consequences to our Treasury market. I'm not sure that investors would go into China as they exit U.S. bonds. China obviously has a bunch of capital controls, and there's reasons why in the markets they may not do that, but I do think it will undermine the kind of preeminence of the U.S. Financial system if we have serious brinksmanship here.
And Mr. Harrell, the Chinese economy faces several challenges that predate the pandemic, including significant levels of corporate debt, which reached $29 trillion in the first quarter of 2022, the highest in the world. There have also been concerns with the debt levels of its real estate sector, wealth management products, and local governments, as well as its off-balance lending activities. Do you see China's high level of debt, particularly corporate debt, as a significant problem for the world's economy? What impact could China's debt levels have on American companies invested in China?
I think it's important that we all, as we think about China policy, we all recognize that China, though a serious competitor, and by far our most significant economic competitor, is not 10 feet tall. It's not some sort of mythical beast that we cannot outcompete. And I think you've highlighted a couple of the reasons, Congresswoman, why that's the case. They do have high levels of debt. They also have serious long-term demographic problems, coming to having a shrinking working age population. I do think that it'll be interesting to see as China comes out of COVID if they are able, in fact, to hit the growth targets they are trying to hit this year without further increasing their debt problem. And I think we should be keenly aware of the potential financial risks that could come from a unwinding of Chinese debt.
And Mr. Harrell, repeated lockdowns slash China's growth rate to 3.0% in 2022, a pace below the global average for the first time in more than 40 years. While the IMF is predicting that China's economy will expand by 5.2% in 2023, it will slow again in 2024. Some have argued that China's uneven economic performance since the pandemic enhances our leverage over China, and now is an opportune moment to further address many of the trade imbalances and systemic issues American business face in China. Can you explain whether this is a view you share?
So I think the last couple of years have been a real wake-up call for businesses, both in the U.S. and in Western allies that have been doing business in China. I think they have seen how China's mishandled response to COVID disrupted supply chains. I think they have seen a long-term trend of slowing growth in China. I do think this year China is going to probably have a reasonably high rate of growth as it bounces back from COVID, but that's not going to, we're not going to see a return to many years of 6-7% growth in China. And I think that that is why you, and of course I think people have seen the geopolitical risks that we see with China, and the recent balloon incident only highlights those. So I think you are beginning to see a very significant corporate rethinking of the role companies want to have in China and the risks they face there.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you.
Gentlewoman yields back. We'll now recognize Mr. Sessions for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, your opening statement, I think, outlined very clearly not only the role of America, but how we see our divisions with China. In my opinion, and I would like to ask your opinion, I believe that evidence abounds that China has a plan that we saw, or at least I saw as early as 1996 with Johnny Chung. And that was to come and disrupt not only American commerce, but to influence policymakers, meaning the White House. I think that China's views abound and that we already see exactly that they not only have a plan, but they intend to counter and compromise the United States of America. My question, I could check to Mr. Willems or Mr. Lorber. What about us looking at this on a comprehensive basis as opposed to seeing the 50 or 60 different points that China is countering, not just the United States, but freedom and capitalism? How do we go and develop this? Because we saw what President Trump did. He took on the Chinese. Successful or not, I think it highlighted we have a problem. Could either one of you begin that discussion about what kind of comprehensive viewpoint we really need to take, because it's militarily, intelligence, economic, and their own plans?
Thank you, Congressman, and it's a great question. And I agree with you 100% that China does pose an existential threat that requires our attention, and that our response has to be comprehensive. And we have to look at all facets of what we are doing in the United States. And that does include some of the things that this committee is focused on in terms of cracking down on problematic capital and technology flows. But it also requires us to be offensive. And when we close down markets for our companies, we need to open up other markets for them. And then we need to work with our allies and partners to make sure that they are taking similar action, that they view the threat in the same way, so that the stuff that we do is actually effective and doesn't just hurt us without hurting China. And so that is really important. And so I think this committee needs to look holistically at all the different things that we need to do, both offensive, defensive, and internationally.
Okay, well, let's suppose this committee does have a position, at least in capitalism and the markets and the opportunity to view those. I think I'm talking about within Article 2, an administration that has intel, military, certainly at Treasury, those economic viewpoints. Who does this fit at the NSA? Does that exist today? Do we actually have a plan?
So it is the role of the National Security Council to try to coordinate policy across the U.S. government on behalf of the president and to make sure that it's effectively addressing these problems. I think that we have tried very hard to come up with a strategic plan here, And I think that the Trump administration and then the Biden administration as well has been focused on China. I don't believe that the current administration's plan is comprehensive enough. And one of the areas where I do think that they're falling short is with respect to trade. And I talk in my testimony about China's assertiveness, going around the world, collecting trading partners to make it easier to link supply chains with China, and we don't have a response to that. And so I do think that the administration is trying, but I do think that they have fallen short in that respect. And if that we want to reduce our supply chain resilience on China, if we want to provide a meaningful economic alternative to China, that requires trade agreements, and we haven't seen that.
I think what you said is very interesting. I watched over the last few years Millennium Challenge Corporation as it placed economic advantages to countries that we wanted to help build their economy, the free market and the rule of law. And the Chinese simply glommed on around them with their own plan. And so I hope that we push this committee appropriately, to push the administration, to push this Congress to do exactly what we talked about, a comprehensive plan. I want to thank each of you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Sherman of California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to associate myself with the comments of the ranking member, both that we have to watch for xenophobic attacks on Asian Americans. We're here to talk about the Chinese Communist Party. And second, that the most important thing we can do is manage our own economy well, and that starts by paying our debts. Our economy is already being hurt by this talk of default and not raising the debt limit. I want to thank Mr. Harrell for pointing out how important it is that the U.S. dollar play this major reserve currency role, and point out that all the proponents of cryptocurrency have announced that their purpose, if they achieve it, is to partially displace the U.S. dollar from that role. The Chinese Communist Party obviously believes they can invade America's airspace deliberately and notoriously without serious consequences. They believe the two parties will simply shout at each other, maybe shout a few things at Beijing, maybe even adopt some sort of pinprick answer, and then go on. What China cares about is Taiwan, trade, and tariffs, the 3 Ts, and I think they are confident that we will do little or nothing, not only in response to the balloon, it's just a balloon, but the much bigger things. Even China's defenders have got to admit that their obfuscation of the sources and initial effects of COVID have cost hundreds of thousands of lives around the world, and that their trade policies toward the United States have created a new term, or at least it was new a few decades ago, Rust Belt, to describe what they did to the industrial Midwest. The problem began in the year 2000 when the United States Congress granted most favored nation status to China and entry into the WTO. Before that, China was an annoyance. It was referred to as a slumbering giant. Now, of course, things are much different. So we've got to look at Taiwan trade and tariffs. We should, Congress should act to allow Taiwan to buy defense items that are still stalled in the administration, and we should provide that we immediately and without an executive waiver deprive China of most favored nation status if it invades or blockades Taiwan. More to the focus of this committee, we have got to require every major corporation to set out as a risk factor what would happen to that company if there was a breakdown in the U.S.-China economic relationship. I'm not saying that'll happen, but it might. It's more likely than some of the other things that they talk about in the risk factors. By doing that, American companies will compete for capital by creating resiliency toward what China might do, and in doing that, they become less desperate to tell us not to do anything to China. And if we do anything serious at all, we need to have an automatic, say, 20% tariff on all Chinese goods if they retaliate against us for anything we're doing. Of course, that would be necessary only if we did anything significant. We probably won't. One thing that concerns me is China's ability to control the behavior of American corporations by handing out access to their market the way I hand out dog treats to my pet. Morgan Stanley was told, you better tell your investors to put 15% of their money in China, or you won't be able to do business in China. More specifically, Hollywood, which I represent, is told you can get only 40 movies into China in any 1 year. Well, what does that mean? That means that if you make a movie about Tibet, it's not going to show in China. That means if you make a movie about Tibet, none of your movies are going to go to China. And the CEO's pension bonus goes to zero if he doesn't lose his job or her job. So China controls what American corporations do. They also, therefore, control what their lobbyists do, so they have a control over what Congress does. Mr. Harrell, one proposal, and this would be rather extreme, would be to say that we impose a tariff on Chinese goods, collect a fund, and award that fund to those companies that can show that they've been unfairly treated by China. So that if you can't get your movie into China because you made movies about Tibet, or you won't recommend to your investors this or that China wants, instead of making profits in Beijing, you make your profits here in Washington by going to this board and getting an award. Comment?
Thank you very much, and I realize I have just a couple of seconds. First, Congressman, I think you have started in exactly the right place, that we need to be putting pressure on companies to better understand their own China risks. Some are doing that, but not all of them, and more of them need to step up and do it. And then second, I do think we need, with our allies and partners, a solution to these growing instances of Chinese economic coercion we're seeing against American companies, Canadian companies, European companies, Asia, all over the world. I think that has to include a threat of retaliation on China if they keep doing that, as well as some ways to help impacted companies dodge or sort of compensate for what they're losing.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to Mr. Posey of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing on the economic challenge with China. I assume we all agree that clearly through economic dominance, China hopes to achieve military superiority. Mr. Ashu, how much of the U.S. debt is owned by China?
I don't know the number recently. I do know it's a substantial amount, and it is one that we should be taking steps.
Anybody on the panel know? Okay. So I assume we wouldn't know how much of China debt we might hold either. Let's try land ownership. Does anyone know the amount of land ownership in the United States held by China or Chinese companies? Oh, shit. So do we own any land or control companies that we wholly own in China? Okay. Mr. Williams, when running for president, Mr. Biden famously said, "They're not bad folks. Guess what? They're not competition for us." What's the most important ways that China is in competition for us?
Well, I think it's across the board. China wants to remake the international order to its advantage and to our detriment. And if you look at what they're doing from a national security standpoint, that's a threat. And if you look at what they're doing from an economic standpoint, that's a threat as well. And so, I think they're all major threats to U.S. leadership and that we need to address them all comprehensively.
Thank you. Mr. Fetto, your experience with CFIUS, I had a crazy experience with them not too long ago when a foreign country was contracting with a local port to arrange a long-term lease agreement. In this port is the second busiest cruise capital in the world. It's the site of a nuclear submarine base, and it's adjacent to Cape Kennedy missile range. There were some concerns by some citizens that the company who was pursuing the lease was from a country not friendly to the United States, and some principals in the company had ties to individuals who were not looked upon favorably by the United States. So I told them not to worry. CFIUS would check them out and make sure everything was okay. I contacted CFIUS to make sure I wasn't telling a story, and CFIUS said, "What are you talking about? You know, we don't check them out." And I noticed, you know, in your written testimony, it's important for them to, especially, check out companies near sensitive government facilities or ports. And so I asked CFIUS, "Well, who checked them out?" He said, "Well, I don't know. Why don't you go ask DOD or the Navy or the Coast Guard who has a base there." So we ran the traps, and we never could clearly ascertain that anyone did check them out. What would be your suggestion going forward to appeal their decision not to look at that issue?
Mr. Congressman, thank you for the question. Without thinking through the facts a little bit more, it's hard to say. I mean, a lease, the way FIRMA was drafted, a lease or a concession or a land purchase near a military installation that's designated expressly in a list published in the regulations is within the scope of CFIUS jurisdiction. And therefore, the question might be, and specifically with respect to ports. So then there is a question of who would, within the 9 voting member agencies, would have the lead, the subject matter expertise to look at that more closely and consider.
Okay. I've only got 2 seconds left, and I wanted to ask you about the
Gentleman's
recent purchase of
time's
Chinese
expired.
land near military bases. Thank you.
We'd submit for the record. We now recognize the gentleman from New York, the former chair and current ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with Mr. Harrell. You've commented on the ongoing debate here in Congress in regards to our national debt limit. What I want to ask you is, if Congress does not move to raise the debt limit, what impact would that have specifically on our global position relative to China?
Thank you, Congressman. I think it would have at least 3. First, it would clearly harm our own economic potential and weaken our economic growth this year, in a year when China probably will have reasonably strong economic growth as China comes out of COVID. Second, it is going to undermine the confidence of our allies and partners. Our allies are going to say to us, how can we count on the United States to defend our security if you're Japan or South Korea, if you can't even pay can't even guarantee you're going to pay your bills? And then it is going to undermine our economy over the long term as international investors and others look at whether they really think they have the security here in the United States that they want as they make investments internationally.
Thank you. Now, I absolutely recognize the threat that China poses to the United States from an economic and a national security lens. For us to combat these threats, I believe we need to focus on how we compete with China. Now, the United States has, and I believe in the United States, we are the greatest country this planet has ever seen, and has the innovative capacity to challenge China across various sectors, from financial services and fintech to medical technologies. But we will lose that advantage if we're not vigilant. For example, as we look at our technological and economic position, I'm particularly concerned with the speed in which China is developing its central bank digital currency, and how that could impact the future of the U.S. dollar and the security of our global financial system. So let me ask you again, Mr. Harrell, can you identify those sectors in which the United States does have the competitive advantage over China, and in what ways can we continue to strengthen that?
Congressman, I agree with you 100% that the core foundation of our strategy to compete with China is to continue to promote our own leadership. That's why it's so important that Congress enacted things like the CHIPS Act in order to restore our leadership in semiconductor manufacturing as well as R&D. And I think that this Congress should look at continued investments in critical technologies, whether it's semiconductors or quantum or the clean energy economy or biosciences. Also looking at investments in maintaining our leadership in areas like financial services. I think it is important that the Treasury Department have an actual plan and agenda to defend the role of the dollar in international finance and to defend the role of U.S. financial institutions and the kind of stable role they play in maintaining international finance at a time when China is aggressively trying to push out the Chinese RMB and the Chinese central bank digital currency as mechanisms of payment and investment internationally.
So let me also then follow that up because, in competition, I believe you have to have a level playing field. And I think that a central part of our strategy with China should include the mechanisms to hold them accountable when they're not playing by the rules. So what should the United States do, along with our global partners, to make sure that China is playing by the same rules? I often worry sometimes we let China off the hook by, isolating ourselves because there's too many places where we're not present. China is present, we're not there. And thereby, we end up isolating ourselves. I know, and we've got some controversial policies, whether it's gun trade and other things here, so that if we're not there, China then goes and they'll work with other countries to get things done, and they're trading, and we're left by ourselves, and we're isolating ourselves, so they go to, so what strategy do you think that we should utilize? And if there's time, I'd also ask the same question to Mr. Williams.
I think we need to be out in front building alliances with our economic partners. I think there are a couple of things we should be pursuing, starting with the Indo-Pacific Economic Partnership in Asia and with the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity here in the Americas. I also think we should be looking at a critical minerals agreement to help ensure clean minerals supply chains. Maybe I'll leave it there and give Mr. Williams a couple of seconds.
Thank you, Congressman, and I agree with very much of what you said. We need to be in the game, and I know Mr. Harrell has endorsed the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. I think we need to go further. I think we need to look at whether we can renegotiate the TPP, whether we can make it work for U.S. interests. I think we need to do a trade agreement with Taiwan that will help Taiwan reduce its dependency on China. That's the way that we provide a meaningful alternative, and I hope we can work on those issues together.
I thank the gentleman. We'll now go to the Chair of the National Security Subcommittee, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman started out the discussion today talking about the threat to our global standing, both militarily and economically, by China, and I thoroughly agree with that statement. And I think if we look at what we're doing, and I think this is what this committee hearing is about today, is how much funding we are doing to the Chinese government to be able to compete with us on those fronts, whether it's militarily, whether it's economically, with regards to oppressing their own people. Our argument here today is not with the Chinese people, it's with the Chinese Communist Party who is / their government. And I think you can see we've got bipartisan support today for this kind of argument about going after the Chinese government and trying to get a level playing field for our manufacturers and protect us in the future. So along that line, we need to be able to, I think, cut off this financing. How do we do it? We're open to all your ideas. One of the things that we've done is in 2020, Congress passed the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act to require foreign companies that wish to be included on the U.S. Stock Exchange to open up their books and ensure that they're properly audited. And basically what's happened is from 2020, there were 1,000 Chinese companies on our stock exchange. As of January the 9th, it's down to 252. My question, though, is that they're required to have an audit every 2 years. Many of our United States companies have to be audited every year. Would you go along with increasing that, or I guess, increasing it to an annual audit on the Chinese companies like you do ours, or is there a reason that we should keep it at 2 years? Who wants to take the question?
So let me first say thank you for Congress's leadership on the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, as well as the Accelerating Foreign Companies Accountable Act. There's no question that China would not have opened up its books and records had Congress not acted. And that was really important to make sure that they're playing by the same rules and that we protect the sanctity of our markets. Now, I do think we need to be vigilant in making sure that we are reviewing them on an annual basis. And my understanding is that that is how the law will be implemented. And it's really important to make sure that the access they provided in December was not just a one-time act to prevent mass delistings, but that we hold them to account.
Well, over a 2-year period, you can play a lot of games. And so I think it's important that we go to an annual audit, and I appreciate your comments. The Chinese government there has also gotten into the digital currency business. And I've got a bill that to prevent money service businesses from conducting transactions in the digital yuan. I don't know if any of you have looked at the bill, or you have any concerns at all about American businesses, American individuals investing in that or being able to do business in that? Do you have any comments on it? Nobody? Yes?
Sure, I'm happy to take that. I think the general concern with the digital yuan, digital renminbi in particular, is related to transparency and the question about what type of data or information the Chinese could have access to given widespread implementation and usage of the digital renminbi. And so I think legislation, and I apologize, I've not reviewed that
Well,
legislation.
it would seem to me that, I'm going to leave that to my good friend, Mr. Hill here, who's the chairman of that digital currency subcommittee. But it would seem to me that the Chinese use it to be able to control and monitor their people. And so why would we want to allow our people to be in that same predicament? This is one of my concerns. I know that a couple of my predecessors here on the dais asked questions with regards to how we should, what we should do, what your actions be, how should we control China with regards to the invasion of Taiwan. And I think we need to be looking at this, I think, very quickly, very, very thoroughly, because just over the weekend, I guess about a week ago now, the leading general for the Air Force indicated that he thought that that China was going to invade Taiwan by 2025. Well, if that's the case, how should we react? I know, I think Mr. Willems, you made a comment a while ago with regards to that. My concern is that when we put sanctions on Russia, I asked the question whenever the Fed and Treasury were here, are you thinking now in terms of what's going to happen, how we should be sanctioning China when that happens, when they invade Taiwan? And it was like a deer in the headlight looks. They had no idea what the hell we're doing, which is really concerning, knowing that this is inevitable. So I think that, Mr. Willems, would you like to go back over that a little bit? Do we have, what would be some things that you think we should do? And I think we need to stress, if these guys are going to invade Taiwan, and we're going to play footsies with everybody because, well, we don't want to upset the apple cart with our allies, we don't want to hurt the Chinese government, the Chinese are going to take us over, they're weaponizing the economy against us today. At some point, we've got to cut bait and say, you know what, you're bad people, we've got to stop playing games with you. What would you say?
So 3 suggestions on Taiwan. I mean, the first is, as you articulated, we need to be thinking now about what a sanctions package should look like. We need to be working with allies to make sure that they'll have resolve as well. And I hope that that's already happening at the NSC. The second thing is, as you mentioned, I do think we need to look at helping Taiwan militarily, making sure that they have those tools. And then third, I also think we need to be helping them economically. And one of the things that I would advocate for is a free trade agreement with Taiwan. Right now, 50% of Taiwan's trade is with China. And that gives China a tool to coerce them economically by cutting that down and shifting that around. And we can't let them be vulnerable in that way.
Expired. We'll now go to the former chair of the Ag Committee, the current ranking member of the Ag Committee, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Harrell, I am deeply concerned with the fast-growing possibility of a China-led world order that includes the Chinese military controlling the South Pacific trade routes, because the South Pacific trade walk is now the lifeline of the entire global economy. And that's why I was concerned, deeply concerned, about this balloon business and why the president allowed this balloon to go all over our country and not blow it down. So all I'm saying is that with this technology, with this military information, going deep into the abilities of our national defense system, our national security, of the number one nation, economy, military in the world, sends a powerful message, not only to our enemies, but to our partners in this nation. What gives with this? And also, under what circumstances do you see this Indo-Pacific nations accepting an economic and military order in which China sets trade and investment rules for that region, particularly if they are seen to be applying agenda-setting dominance over any new technology, the availability of new data and standards. This is why they sent that balloon, to get an assessment of the technology, of the information, of the data. And this is why I want you to answer this question for me, is how do you see this? And do you not see my point? I love the president. I support him. But this move, not to blow down that balloon, sends a powerful message to both our enemies and our friends, because it's all about data. It's all about intelligence. It's all about knowledge. And they got us on this one. What do you say about that?
Thank you very much, Congressman, for the question. I should begin by saying I am not a military expert. I'm an economic expert, so I'm going to have to defer to the Department of Defense for their decision to wait to shoot down the balloon and take at their word their reasons for waiting. I agree with you very much, Congressman, that we need a very firm and very resolute response to what China did. And I think that we should view Secretary Blinken's decision to postpone his trip to China and the decision to shoot down the balloon off the coast of South Carolina as the start of a response, not the end of a response. And I think we should be looking at other tools, whether it is sanctions on the Chinese companies involved in the balloon, whether it is looking at ways to increase our military and sort of surveillance presence in the Indo-Pacific to see future balloons coming in, and other tools, but recognize we need to continue to show a resolute response. On your question about countries in the Indo-Pacific and are they going to come into China's orbit, they will if we're not there. That's why I think it is so important that we be out in the Indo-Pacific economically, that we be out there diplomatically, that we be looking to build our technological ties with key countries in the region, and that we continue to shore up our defense relationships with key countries across the region. Because if we're not there, that's when they're going to be turning to China.
And I agree with you 100%. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to Mr. Heising of Michigan, the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually jump off on that point because I'm not sure I agree that the strongest response that the U.S. could have had to the balloon incident, let's call it that, was to not go to Beijing. It might have been an even stronger response to get there and confront the Chinese on their own territory about what has been happening here. And there's a lot of details that are emerging and coming out. Here's what I do know, and I hope everyone's hearing this on more or less a bipartisan basis, but whether it's CFIUS, FIRMA, the Export Control Relief Act, the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, there's been a fair amount of work that has been done. I've been very critical, frankly, of the PCAOB and its agreement with Beijing that allows U.S. investors to scrutinize really a small subset of audit firms and even a smaller sampling of the transactions and audits. And what I'm concerned about is, whether China can ever provide an actual safe, stable business climate for U.S. investors. And I am curious, real quickly, if you can comment, and we'll go right down the row here. How can and should our regulators ensure investors have some modicum of protection of what they're investing in? Mr. Eshu?
Yep. It starts with information. I think, as a former regulator, we
So
try
transparency.
transparency, but really I consider it direct communication.
Okay.
I think the government has a responsibility to share with affected industries what it can about the particular environment, in this case, China.
Okay.
And gathering that information in the first place is also quite critical. And needs to be
Great.
done.
Mr. Fetto?
I completely agree with Mr. Ashew. The transparency is paramount.
Right. Mr. Lorber?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I can't speak to that specific issue, but transparency as a general matter, both for investor protection and for financial crimes compliance, is incredibly important.
Okay. Mr. Willems, do you have anything?
It sounds good to me.
Mr. Earl, why not?
I will join my colleagues on transparency.
All right. Well, so, here we have, though, the PCAOB has been tasked with negotiating this out. I'm not sure that we've really seen it be as tough as it is, because it seems like it's being controlled more by Beijing. And look, past I and many others have been critical of Russian companies who are listed on the U.S. exchanges as well. And how long are we going to let the PCAOB take this same posture with the Chinese government before we take a more strong, robust posture with China, as we have tried to do with Russia and some others? Mr. Willems, I'm going to kind of stick in with the IFIs, the International Financial Institutions, the IMF Reform Act, and Integrity Act, which I've introduced in the last 2 consecutive Congresses, would place greater restrictions on major shareholders of the fund, notably China and Russia. Specifically, the legislation would ensure that any quota increases by the IMF would be done with consideration as to whether a country is following certain principles of the fund, most notably currency manipulation. The bill is complementary to my colleague Mr. Hill's Special Drawing Rights Oversight Act, which again draws attention to Russia's lack of adherence to international lending standards. Mr. Williams, you noted in your testimony that the United States should seek to change the way China does business, close quote, and the need for it to be, quote, responsible international stakeholder, close quote. Can you help the committee understand how important it is for the IMF to hold China and other major shareholders responsible for their actions?
So let me just say, I think your legislation makes a lot of sense, and in particular, this concept that we need to create standards within these institutions that hold China to account. I think it's difficult for us, whether it's the World Bank or the IMF, and to come in and simply say, we want China to do this or we want China to do that. That can make it, I think, sometimes difficult to gain broader support for it. But if we create a standard that we know China can't meet and use that as an objective standard, I think that can be more effective within those institutions.
Okay. Well, U.S. companies often face considerable disadvantage to their Chinese counterparts, which often receive large state subsidies and those kinds of things. And so I'm curious, what is the most effective tool, in your opinion, that we in Congress can wield to level that playing field without harming or impacting open and fair domestic markets as well?
So on the subsidies question, there's a couple things we can do, and I see I only have like 3 seconds, but quickly I would say defense and offense. On the defense side, where there are Chinese subsidies, we have trade tools to countervail that. On the offensive side, we need to provide alternatives.
And maybe it would be helpful, Mr. Chairman, if we could get a response in
Gentleman's
writing
time's
on that.
expired. We can
Thank you.
do
I yield.
a written response. We'll now recognize Mr. Lynch, the ranking member of the Digital Asset Subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ranking member as well, Mrs. Waters, for her work on putting this committee together, this hearing together. Members on both sides of the aisle have been keenly interested in the development of a retail central bank digital currency. And China's domestic retail central bank digital currency pilot, known as the ECNY, or the digital yuan, has received a lot of focus from Congress recently as a challenge to the primacy of the United States dollar, and also as a full-spectrum surveillance tool for the Chinese government. However, usage of the digital yuan has so far remained very low, as consumers seem to be sticking with private payments ecosystems, including Alipay and WeChat Pay. There's been little focus, however, on mBridge, which is the cross-border bank-to-bank wholesale CBDC pilot that's being conducted by 4 countries, including China, which is the lead. I think it's Hong Kong, Thailand, and one of the countries in the Middle East. I'm blanking on it right now. But there are 7 more countries that have received offers to join. And mBridge, as you know, operates outside of SWIFT and the existing correspondent banking system, and could be a tool for sanctions evasion and other financial crimes. Mr. Harrell, how concerned should we be in Congress about China's central bank digital currency pilot project, and why?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I agree with you. It's been interesting to see on the domestic uptake in China of the e-CNY how little interest there is. Now, Chinese consumers, probably because they don't actually want the Chinese central bank seeing everything they buy, are trying to stay outside of the e-CNY. We obviously have a limited ability to affect the domestic deployment of a digital RMB in China. I think you are right to focus on the cross-border payments. I don't think that China and RMB-denominated payment rails displacing the dollar is going to be a challenge of the next 6 to 12 months, but I do think it's a midterm challenge. We've seen Russia with the Mir payment system try to create rails outside of Russia as we've put sanctions on Russia, and you see China trying to do exactly the same thing with its cross-border payment strategy. I think it is essential that we, as the U.S. government and this committee with jurisdiction on this issue, promote a strategy to maintain the preeminence of the U.S. dollar as the primary currency for reserve purposes and for international payments. And I think that's going to require us to both be competitive on our end, what can we do to make the dollar attractive, and it's going to require us to throw some sand in the gears of efforts by the Chinese and other countries like Russia to try to build out these alternative payment rails.
I'm thinking about, and I appreciate your response, but when we think of this as a global problem, the idea that we could ally with other countries that have the integrity of the SWIFT system and operate within that system, how could we partner with them? What could we do here to strengthen the SWIFT system? If not, I don't know if we could get buy-in from many of our allies to increase the strength of the U.S. dollar, but I do think we could get buy-in to increase the integrity and the affinity for operating within the SWIFT system, which would push back on this attempt by the Chinese and the Russians to adopt a different set of rails. What could we do to encourage or strengthen the SWIFT system?
So I'd make 2 comments, one in the SWIFT system, one outside, or sort of parallel to the SWIFT system. First, the Federal Reserve has an active program underway to try to speed up U.S. dollar payments that are currently going through the existing Federal Reserve organized payment rails. And I think that's really important because payments internationally can be slow, and we need to make sure that they are working faster so that people want to continue to use the existing system. And so I think what the Fed is doing is important, and then also putting friendly pressure on SWIFT and on the banks and their correspondent sort of relationships to make sure payments are sped up there too is another important area of work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the Vice Chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill of Arkansas, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Chair McHenry, and it is what a pleasure it is to say those words, Chair McHenry. The members have been a part of your leadership team for many years, and we're ready to work with the committee's agenda and deliver on our commitment to America. As we go into today's hearing, we should all remember the basic things that we take for granted here. Chinese Communist Party maintains a surveillance state with the Great Firewall and no freedom of speech, no freely exchangeable currency, and no rule of law. But we can never compete with a free and open society that allows for free enterprise and prosperity like in the United States, where we encourage innovation, entrepreneurship, small businesses, and a thriving marketplace of ideas. It's the same reason America was able to develop the internet as well as the deepest and most liquid capital markets in the world. China tries to replicate that. It's tough, but they're working to catch up. And it's through that lens that I hope we can work in a bipartisan way in this Congress to create a framework for digital assets that allows for innovation, provides for clarity, and protects investors in a way that they can understand. Mr. Chairman, America cannot win this strategic competition with China by trying to be more like China and be focused on passing more industrial policy measures. We have to protect American workers and businesses by fighting for a level playing field while standing up for our values of freedom, free enterprise, both here and abroad. That includes doing the hard work of oversight on the multilateral organizations in our jurisdiction like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. I thank Chair McHenry for noticing several of my legislative initiatives that advance U.S. strategic interest at these international financial institutions, securing America's medical supply chain, deterring war in the Taiwan Strait, and protecting the dollar position as the global reserve currency. Mr. Williams, I was glad to hear your testimony about the multilateral coordination and how that's critical to ensure that U.S. measures on China are effective and that we should be active at the World Bank and the IMF to pressure China to act like the responsible international stakeholder that they claim to be. I couldn't agree with you more, especially as China continues to refuse consistently to provide debt relief to developing countries it is saddled with loans that they can't pay back. Beijing blatantly ignores international lending rules like the Paris Club, and yet, in my view, the Biden Treasury has not been strong enough. Your written testimony mentions the G20 has been less effective and that we need to be realistic about how much we can achieve in that forum. In my view, using the G20 is a feeble place to try to achieve anything significant. And so let me ask you, very few countries have taken the G20 up on this debt restructuring framework that Treasury Secretary Yellen pro-offered last year, and very few non-Paris Club creditors like China are remotely in compliance. What can we do in the international fora by the U.S. to pressure China to restructure their predatory loans and fully participate in the Paris Club?
Thank you for a very good question, and let me just first say I agree with almost everything you said. You made a lot of great comments about how we shouldn't become China to beat China. We need to double down on our strengths. Now, with respect to the international institutions, you hit the nail on the head. China made a commitment at the G20. It's not following through, and we have had challenges in enforcing that. Now, I think some of the legislation that you've discussed here can help at the IMF. I think we need to look at a broader package of reforms that calls out specific behaviors and you know, I'm not sure how you can put an enforcement mechanism into the IMF.
That's the challenge.
But I think you need to look at, it really has to be collectively. We work with allies maybe through the G7 to coordinate approach. We call them out, we embarrass them politically, internationally.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I think you've hit the nail on the head. We need to be working where we have influence and shareholder votes at the board of the World Bank, on the IMF, and through the G7, and not off in the talk fest at the G20. Let me turn to Mr. Lorber. This Congress, I'll be serving on the Intelligence Committee. I look forward to working with my good friend from Connecticut, Jim Himes, also a member of this committee, to serve as the ranking member of Intel. You were at the Treasury. Can you help me understand where the gaps from your point of view are on economic intelligence and data gathering related to China and China's economic success, failure, transparency on the data that we get about China?
Thanks. It's a great question, and I realize I only have a few seconds left.
And you can submit your answer in writing.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me do that. And Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, let me ask unanimous consent to enter in a record an opinion piece I wrote in The Hill in 2019 called Build Back Nuclear.
Without objection, and thank you for working with me on that nuclear bill, continue to work with me on that nuclear bill. With that, we'll recognize the Oversight Ranking Member, a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. And I would like to pose a question related to a bill emanating from the Texas Senate, SB 147. This bill has language in it that indicates the following may not purchase or otherwise acquire title to real property in this state. And it goes on to set out individuals who cannot purchase or acquire real property. A person who is a citizen of China is listed, Iran, North Korea, as well as Russia. This has caused a good deal of consternation among many of my constituents. I think that it's difficult for some people who are not of color or from a minority, occupy a minority status, to understand how legislation as well as language can impact what they perceive as their safety. People are legitimately concerned, in my opinion, about their safety because of this legislation, which singles out persons from China. By the way, the bill doesn't make an exception for a green card holder, although the person who has crafted this now says that such an exception will be available. The legislation doesn't make mention of sensitive sites or critical infrastructure. Just says if you're a citizen of China, you can't buy property. Let me start with Mr. Harrell. Sir, do you understand how this can first impact people in the social setting? And then I'd like for your comments about the Pandora's box we may be opening if we allow every state to decide that it will make rules or promulgate laws that will impact the purchase of property based upon citizenship of persons.
Thank you very much, Congressman, for both those questions. I should begin by saying I think it is essential that as we compete with China and with the Chinese government, we as Americans never slide down the road of discriminating against people based on their race or their ethnic or national origin. I think we want to make clear that we continue to welcome talented Chinese engineers and talented Chinese people of all backgrounds to come to the U.S. to set up businesses and take advantages of the opportunities here, and we should not be discriminating on people against people based on their national origin. I think there are legitimate concerns around certain purchases of real estate by companies and certain individuals connected to China. That's why in 2018, the CFIUS committee got jurisdiction to review purchases of land or leases of land near sensitive military sites. If there are ways in which that statute is inadequate, if there are other kinds of sites or infrastructure where we are concerned about, and the defense and intelligence community are concerned about espionage risks, this committee should look at CFIUS and see if CFIUS needs a little bit more jurisdiction over other kinds of real estate purchases. I don't think we want to see a patchwork of state laws prohibiting ownership of property based on national origin. That's just not the right way to tackle this kind of a problem. This is a federal problem, and it also comes off as hostile to the many legitimate, sort of perfectly fair kinds of purchases that are out there.
Thank you much. Let me quickly move on because I have 39 seconds left. If you believe that we must, absolutely must raise the debt ceiling, would you kindly extend a hand into the air? Only one person believes that we must raise the debt ceiling. Now 3, Okay.
Are you asking the committee as well?
No, I'm going to make an exception for the chairman.
Thank you.
Would you give me 10 seconds now? Raise your hands again, please. I want to have this, I'm going to have a picture of this in my office. So everybody believes we should. Okay, we should raise it. We must. It's easy. Okay, do you believe that we must cut the budget to raise it?
Gentleman's time's expired. Appreciate
Mr.
the
Chairman,
hand raising.
can I get my 10 seconds that you borrowed from me for that answer, please? Just for
Without
that.
objection, I'd give the gentleman an additional 7 seconds that I took from him.
All right, thank you. Would you raise your hand if you think we must cut the budget to raise it? 3. Thank you. I'll make sure that we properly photograph you. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, if we reset the time, I don't want to take anyone else's time. I thank the experts on China for your opinions about domestic American politics and for complying with the oddness of hand raising in a congressional format. From time to time, we all do it. It happens. With that, I'd like to recognize the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner.
I thank Chairman McHenry for organizing this, I think, critical and very timely hearing, and I want to thank our experts for their, our witnesses today for their expertise, and we will have no raising of hands in my questioning. I spent the weekend tracking the progress of the Chinese spy balloon as it flew unimpeded over U.S. skies, surveilling sensitive military sites, my own Whiteman Air Force Base, civilian centers across the country, including all across the 2nd Congressional District of Missouri. My children and I, along with countless families across St. Louis, watched in real time from our porches, our backyard, outside of our businesses, as a foreign aircraft equipped with spyware navigated over our neighborhoods, again, our infrastructure, our nuclear plants in Callaway, our military bases, and such. China's decision to send a spy balloon into U.S. airspace was a profound and deliberate provocation. It should have been met with strength from the get-go and shot down before it even entered our skies or U.S. airspace. President Biden's decision to let the CCP spy balloon transit the length and breadth of the United States of America was an unpardonable show of weakness on the world stage. As vice chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, I am calling on the administration to restore America's ability to deter these reckless provocations. The stakes of strategic competition with China are exceedingly high, and if the CCP's influence continues to spread and grow unchallenged, American communities will pay the price. The world will be less open, less prosperous, less fair, and much more insecure. We cannot allow the U.S.-led world to remain vulnerable to the whims of communist dictators and the dictatorship in Beijing. That's why I have championed legislation to hold China accountable at all levels of engagement. My bill, the Compensation for Americans Act, would insulate America's vulnerable supply chains from over-reliance on China, allow U.S. companies that have been attacked by Chinese hackers to strike back, and prevent China from manipulating developing country designations to obtain preferential treatment in international organizations. And importantly, it would also tighten U.S. export controls to choke off the CCP's ability to disseminate propaganda and further develop its surveillance capabilities. I believe we have a duty to stand up to the nations that refuse to play by the rules. And when we demonstrate strength and resolve in the face of China's bullying and brinkmanship, we make the world a safer and more prosperous place. Mr. Ashu, the export control system is a powerful tool that restricts the resources available to our enemies. However, implementation is extremely challenging, especially considering that China cannot be trusted to adhere to licensing agreements. What are the major gaps in the U.S. export control system, and how should the United States approach, especially the dual-use exports?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I actually mentioned in my opening comments that we actually need a different approach when it comes to things like complex supply chains, because there are methods for multilateral control that exist right now. I don't believe they're adequate. I believe that for export controls to work, anything done unilaterally is out of the gate probably going to be limited in its effectiveness, and you need to work with allied nations, especially those that have similar capabilities to deliver similar technology.
I appreciate your perspective, and I agree. The Bureau, Mr. Eshoo, of Industry and Security, BIS, waited until after Russia attacked before applying strict export controls on its military and users. Yet the buildup of Russian forces on the Ukrainian border, which no doubt posed a significant threat to the U.S. interests, certainly met BIS's criteria for aggressive controls. Clearly, waiting until after the invasion to apply export controls neither prevented nor deterred Russian aggression from Ukraine. What were the failures of BIS strategy in the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine, and how should the U.S. incorporate lessons learned to deter aggression against, for example, Taiwan?
So I might say BIS is responsible for the dual-use export controls, which by its nature contains a lot of commercial technology. I'm not exactly sure where BIS was failing in restricting dual-use controls in the lead-up. The military, there should have been 0 to nothing in terms of military shipments. So I'd like to know more about the question you're asking, because that would be a very sobering
It would
Gentleman's
be.
time has expired.
My time's expired, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentlewoman. Mr. Queever is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this hearing is quite appropriate. It's extremely, I think, important. I'm not going to talk about the balloon. In fact, I'm going to wait until our intelligence community provides us with some data. We don't even know what's going on so far. But I am concerned about something. I was looking at what we're doing here. You know, the world's 2 biggest economies, United States and China. We are in a battle with a nation that uses using the government of the nation to propel its development around the world. And of course, we deal with the private sector. The trade relationship between the U.S. and China, as my little granddaughter says, is ginormous. And then we import more goods from China than we import from any other nation on the globe. There are some benefits, and so we lower prices for consumers, and also some behemoth profits for the corporate sector. And so, you know, my issue is, you know, we have a schizophrenic relationship, don't we, with China? Any of you? Is schizophrenia a bad word in terms of describing the relationship?
No, I think we have, you know, we are obviously at a pivot point in our relationship to China, where there is a growing, I think, strong bipartisan consensus that we need a different set of policies. Now, I think in certain ways, the trading relationship and some of the structures in the trading relationship is lagging behind the geopolitical realities we now face, and we could have a long discussion about how to better balance the trade and tariffs. Personally, I think what we need to move to at a conceptual level with China is a much more managed trading and investment relationship. They're heavily managed on their side of the economy. They have all kinds of distortive subsidies. They have all kinds of unfair IP theft and things like that. And we're just going to have to manage the trading relationship with them so that they don't undercut our economy and our prosperity with all the things they're doing over there in China.
Mr. Lober.
Oh, yeah, and if I could just add to that, I mean, I don't know if I would use the word schizophrenic, but I do think we should have somewhat of a bifurcated approach, and that there are areas where clearly certain types of trade could pose a national security threat, and we need to crack down on those. Or there are areas where China is clearly cheating we need to deploy tools to counteract that. On the other hand, I think it's critical to realize that the Chinese market is really important for a lot of our companies. And if that we're going to be globally competitive, we want to be selling into China. And think about it this way. If we're selling a bunch of stuff to China, essentially Chinese consumers are subsidizing our continued innovation, and that's a good thing. So I think what we want to do is try to be bifurcated, as I described it, crack down where it's unfair or there's a national security concern, but try to open up China where it can benefit the United States.
Yeah, I wanted to move to this 1970 Bank Secrecy Act. And then you just raised another issue I wanted to make me want to go into that a little bit more. Because well, I won't. Let me get to the Bank Secrecy Act. I think there are rules being formulated now, but I'd like to find out from you, Mr. Lorber. The real estate industry, in my estimation, is vulnerable to money laundering because they are, at this moment, they're not required to comply with this rather old but very important Bank Secrecy Act. Do you agree that that real estate transactions ought to also be reported, just as banks are now required to report, suspicious? Oh my goodness! Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Barr from Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Chairman McHenry for putting together this outstanding panel. Thank our witnesses for addressing what I believe to be the most consequential national security and economic security challenge of our generation, our strategic competition with the People's Republic of China, and countering the threat from the CCP. I want to specifically compliment Mr. Fetto for his testimony that as we look at investment screening, outbound investment, and this important dimension of our economic competition with the PRC, that this is an issue that Congress needs to deal with, and that creating an investment screening mechanism by executive order would be a major mistake. Now, I will compliment the Trump administration for the executive order that banned U.S. investment in certain Chinese military industrial companies, and I would also compliment the Biden administration for expanding on that executive order with its own to expand it to surveillance companies. But this is an issue that Congress needs to set the parameters for and direct the executive branch to implement. And I want the witnesses to comment on my legislation that seeks to do that, H.R. 760, the Chinese Military and Surveillance Company Sanctions Act, which would expand on those executive orders and extend the full weight of Treasury sanctions against these Chinese military industrial complex and surveillance companies while allowing U.S. investors to continue to invest in benign companies in emerging growth markets. So, Mr. Williams, let me start with you. Is this approach, my bill, is it a good way? Is it the best way to ensure that capital flows don't fund the Chinese military industrial complex? And when you answer that question, I want you to address the two gaps that you talked about in your prepared testimony. Does my bill get at those two gaps, specifically the private equity and venture capital piece, and also international, the multilateral impact, the other international non-U.S. investors?
So thank you, Congressman, and I think you're absolutely right that we need to have a statutory basis for these actions, and that Congress should work on that in a very studied and thorough way. I also agree with you that we want to expand on the existing restrictions. And what I describe in my testimony, and I believe your bill addresses it, but we can work on the technical aspects of it, is number one, the current executive order only applies to investment in public securities. That should also be expanded to private investment. And secondly, the bill, or the current EO, only applies to a limited subset of sectors within China. There may be national security threats in other sectors, and we need to be able to look at those as well. So I look forward to working with you on your legislation.
Yeah, I want to expand it also to technology-related companies, dual-use technology, AI, other things that implicate national security. And I agree, the executive orders don't address that. My bill, though, Mr. Williams, it would address, with using OFAC sanctions, it would address that private equity venture capital piece, right?
That's my understanding.
And then, Mr. Fetto, to your point about the Casey Cornyn approach and the Committee on National Critical Capabilities, similar to reverse CFIUS, I appreciated your point that creating a bureaucracy that ensnares a lot of benign outbound investment is maybe not the targeted approach we need. Can you expand on that testimony? And why would the OFAC approach, a simple, clear message, signal to the private sector, green light, red light, be better than a bureaucratic approach such as this Committee on National Critical Capabilities?
In the first instance, it would be far more nimble. And with a committee, you have inefficiencies. The committee, I'll just say, one of the deficiencies I see with a committee setup is you can't unring the bell. Once you do this, for example, and I'm a big fan of CFIUS, and I think it's a great tool and appropriately used and focused on national security, but it's been around for 50 years, okay? And so if we create a new bureaucracy to screen outbound, it's going to be here. And so I do agree that the OFAC approach seems to me to be an approach that hasn't been adequately explored. And
thank you.
In a prohibition context, making these like SDNs, it prohibits all dealing. So private equity and venture capital would be in the mix.
And Mr. Williams, in my remaining time, I appreciate your focus on pairing defensive actions with offensive actions to maintain U.S. economic strength. In response to Mr. Harrell's testimony about the debt limit, can you speak to the overspending in Washington and how that compromises the dominance of the dollar and how we need to pair avoiding default with reform?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I look forward to it in my written testimony.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you for responding in writing. We now turn to Mr. Foster for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. I'd like to say that I'm speaking as a manufacturer, someone who started a company that's provided over 1,000 jobs and kept those manufacturing jobs in the Midwest. And for decades, we have competed against cloned Chinese products, and we've become increasingly dependent on Chinese components for our supply chain. And that's the commercial reality. I'd also like to echo Mr. Eshu's comments that we should be thinking in terms of reducing, if not the defensive perimeter, but at least the stronghold from the G20 to the G7. The free democracies of the world are the group of countries through which we should have free, absolutely free markets, as free as our politics allow. And then the G20 will be a more contested area. But we have to make common cause with the G7. And I'd also like to say it's not just the G7. When you say G7, please include Korea. Korea's economy is larger than Russia, all right? It is the Koreans, not the Taiwanese, that lead the world in leading-edge semiconductor production. Samsung, not TSMC, is in production at the 3-nanometer design node. So what I'd like to focus my questions on are really one of demographic trends. I'm sure many of you, not all of you, may remember the essay, the Japan That Can Say No. And this was, and then I guess the subtitle was Why Japan Will Be First Among Equals. It was published in 1989 and got a lot of attention. It made the point that Japan had taken over semiconductor supply chain. They had taken over, they led the world in semiconductors. Japan was on the same sort of exponential economic growth curve that China has been on for the last decade or more. And there was a lot of hand-wringing over Japanese threats of intellectual property. And so what happened? Well, first off, Japan, like China, just suffered a massive real estate bust that limited their ability to continue to invest in leading-edge technologies, and as a result, they lost the lead in semiconductors. They also faced an aging society, which is really, demographics is destiny, and we have to understand that. And they also lost the wage competition. Japan lost the wage competition with other low-cost providers, exactly what China is going through now and will be going through for the next decade. And we have to have that clearly in mind. I'm most worried that China is going to misbehave because it will have the behavior of a pressed rat rather than the behavior of a conquering hero. They are in deep trouble because of the collapse of their real estate bubble, which dwarfs the Japanese real estate collapse. Their regional governments are basically insolvent because the gravy train from developers paying, it's a long story, but the regional governments are basically bankrupt, and the central government's unwilling to bail them out. And the demographic projections are really daunting. The estimates are that sometime between 2060 and the end of the century, 2060 and the end of the century, China's population will be half of what it is today. There is never going to be this giant $1.4 billion prosperous middle class in China. Their educational levels do not support it. Their forays into chip production have collapsed in a blaze of corruption, all right? And they're just a complete failure. And the companies see this too, that there isn't going to be this massive middle-class market in China, and they started to pull out. The Korean companies tried pulling out starting several years ago, and are finding what other companies find, that it's pretty much impossible to get your money back out of China. That, when they built a shipyard or a port, and they want to get their money back out from that investment, pretty much they have to just turn over the keys and walk away. And so and that's not a unique experience. And so that the attractiveness of China as a place for foreign investment is going way down as companies around the world understand this. So I was just wondering if any of you have comments on the demographics of China and how that should affect our thinking. We'll just start from the left. Mr. Escher, you want to give it a shot?
It's indisputable that is a meaningful trend. It's outside my area of expertise, but what I'd like to commend you for is the fact that so much of what we do with respect to adversary countries is in the near term. We need to be paying attention to long-term threats and their implications as well. Yeah. So I commend you for it.
Okay, other comments on that?
Sure, I'll go ahead and comment, and I think your comments are right on. I do believe China is an existential threat to our leadership, but I don't think China is 10 foot tall. I think it's about 6'5", 6'6". And we need to keep that perspective as we're addressing it. And in many ways, Xi Jinping is the country's worst enemy because his policies are inferior to ours.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield back.
It's now time for the distinguished chairman of the Small Business Committee and a longtime member of this committee, Mr. Williams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the committee for the witnesses to be here today. We need to be very clear. China is a hostile nation looking to upend the United States standing in the world. And as we saw with the spy balloon this weekend, that they brazenly flew over our airspace last week to sending fentanyl across our porous southern border, China is attempting to weaken our country in any way possible. An important piece of this equation that we must take a serious look at is foreign purchases of farmland that is threatening our country's national scrutiny. And in my home state of Texas, foreign entities control more than 4.7 million acres of land. We talked about that earlier. And I'm also a rancher. So should any hostile nation like China want to cause permanent harm to our food security and domestic supply chains is a real problem, and this is how they would do it. So, Mr. Feddo, a question. Can you expand upon the threat that foreign agricultural purchases put on our country's national security, and do you think Treasury is currently equipped to tackle this threat?
Sir, thank you for the question. I do think they're equipped. I know there have been a number of occasions where Congress has considered adding the Secretary of Agriculture to the voting members of the committee. The way the committee has been constructed by Congress, Treasury has the ability to bring in any department at any time to participate in the analysis of an issue like food security, agricultural infrastructure security, and so I do think they're equipped to do so. As to the bigger issue, I think my understanding is the GAO currently is conducting a survey and a study of the extent to which foreign investors acquire agricultural land in the United States, and I would encourage the Congress to hold its fire, so to speak, until it sees the results of that. My understanding is, at this moment, Chinese ownership of agricultural land in the United States is somewhere around 340,000 acres, and that's compared to almost 900 million acres of farmland. So I just would suggest that before we move forward with a response from a national security perspective, that we make sure that we're not taking a baseball bat to something that needs a more precise scalpel to tackle.
All right, thank you. The only thing they may understand is the baseball bat, though, at the end of the day. But our southern border has been an absolute disaster over the last 2 years. Like I say, I live in Texas, and there are 2.7 million people that legally crossed the border in fiscal year 2022, 98 of whom were on the terrorist list. We've all seen these numbers, and the massive influx of people straining border towns is not the only problem. Drug smuggling has been on the rise. There's been 356 million lethal doses of fentanyl confiscated in Texas alone. So this drug has been destroying communities across the country and claimed the lives of 100,000 Americans last year. Future generations we're seeing dying down there. So we must get serious about stopping the border crisis. This administration is not, so we can slow the spread of this deadly drug flooding in our streets. So, Mr. Lorber, can you discuss China's role in the fentanyl crisis and what sanctions could be effective in your mind in mitigating this problem?
Yeah, it's a great question, and obviously a very terrible problem. To date, Treasury has taken a number of actions against Chinese entities involved in illicit fentanyl production and trade, coming over the border in particular. So I think it was December of 21, the Biden administration put out an executive order focused on to a certain range of topics, but focused specifically on Chinese entities involved in that activity. And likewise, I think just about a week ago, maybe a little bit more, there were a number of Chinese individuals and entities that were designated from a sanctions perspective for that activity. With that being said, I think there's a lot more that needs to be done, and it should be a major focus of both law enforcement and intelligence, as well as Treasury Department.
All right. The last question. Over the last few years, the United States has faced significant supply chain disruptions. I'm in the car business, so I can tell you all about the supply chain. This exposed our reliance on China for trade and manufacturing. The United States need to diversify. I think all of us understand our domestic manufacturing base, and so we're able to insulate ourselves from this global supply chain instability. It's critical as we come out of this pandemic era that we focus on creating more domestic supply chains to prevent this from happening. So real quick, Mr. Willems, how can we increase our supply chain resilience, and what can we do to incentivize companies to move out of China?
So 2 quick ideas. I mean, first, in terms of trying to get them to move to the United States, we need competitive tax and regulatory policies. Second, in terms of diversification, I would look at a friendshoring strategy, and I would look at trade agreements as a positive incentive for companies to move out of China.
Gentleman's time is
You bet.
expired. Thank the gentleman from Texas, our distinguished ranking member of the National Security Committee, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Mr. Harrell. I have a few questions I'll try to get through. In 2019, led by this committee, Congress passed the longest-term reauthorization of the United States Export-Import Bank. And now we have a new chair that has been very clear that she wants to advance competitiveness. She also wants to take a look at targeting and expanding and diversifying. And we've heard from our financial services planning meeting that we're going to look at diversity and inclusion. So I just wanted to enter that part in the record in my opening. But the question to you is, when we look at that reauthorization bill, which included the China Transformation Export Program, are there any ideas or things that you have that you'd want to share that XM use this authority and other trade authorities to improve Americans' competitiveness, especially in regard to what we're hearing about with China? What can we do through that authorization or through export-import to help us? Any ideas?
Thank you very much for the question. I think both the Ex-Im Bank and also the Development Finance Corporation are a very important set of tools in our toolkit to compete with China. And I think the 2019 authorization you spoke about and the ability to create the transformational export program is a key piece of making Ex-Im competitive. I know that over the last year or so that Chair Lewis has been in at Ex-Im, she has been working diligently to implement the transformational export program. I think it is important. Reality is if we're going to provide financing, for a U.S. telecom maker to compete with a Chinese telecom maker in, Argentina or somewhere like that, there has to be the kind of flexibility that is allowed under the 2019 authorization to recognize how the U.S. companies can actually put that deal together. So I think it is less, and I think it is now there, I think that what we need is less additional changes to the statute of EXIM. I think you did that in 2019, and more just some time for Rita Joe and all the great staff at EXIM to go out and source the deals, because that takes time. So I think that work is happening. It just takes some time to go find the deals.
Thank you for that, and let me also say to enter into the record that Rita Joe Lewis has also created a new office to have a bigger global footprint with the Office of Global Finance and Development. So I think she's done an amazing job in a short period. Mr. Harold, let me continue. China has been taking advantage of America's lack of investments or presence everywhere from the Caribbean to Latin America to Africa to the Asian Pacific region. Short of significant dollar increases in grants to these partner neighbors, and especially if my colleagues on the other side keep their promises to decrease the budget despite the many national security challenges, what can America do to offer alternatives to Chinese investments and trade to otherwise compete with China in this global South and everywhere?
I think we have to get, in a world where where we may not be spending more federal dollars going forward to build those relationships, we're going to have to be more creative in building private sector ties, potentially around supply chain resilience and potentially around technology. I look at the announcement 2 weeks ago now between the US and India, where you saw, it was a government announcement, but what you're essentially seeing is a partnership between companies to work on AI, to work on space, to work on those kind of things. I think that's an interesting model. I think you could say the same, take a similar approach in Central America or in the Caribbean, where we could pull together manufacturers, for example, that are looking to diversify away from China, maybe currently making things in China, and encourage them to relocate into the Caribbean or into Latin America. So we're just going to have to leverage the private sector better for those kinds of things.
And let me end in my last few seconds. Would you agree that it would be a good idea for us to promote American entrepreneurship? And the reason I say that with CHIPS, we're saying that we need to have more small businesses, more entrepreneurs when we look at our national security. And my time is up, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman from Ohio. You can answer that question in writing. And now we turn to the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes, Mr. Loudermilk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everyone being here. It's interesting that the Bank Security Act was brought up earlier, which I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment. I just don't know that the Bank Security Act is the place to report real estate purchases. However, I believe the Bank Security Act needs to be revised because we're dealing with reporting thresholds that were developed in the 1970s at $10,000 to where it should be around $65,000 to $70,000 today. One of the reasons that I think it's important for us to update those is because at these low thresholds, the government is forcing financial institutions to report significant information to the government, of which the government is holding information about individual citizens and businesses that they're not utilizing. When I was in the intelligence arena in the Air Force, we had one principle, which was if you don't need something, don't keep it, because you don't have to protect what you don't have. I know that the United States is a huge target for cyber crimes and for data breaches. And even U.S. law enforcement agencies have repeatedly called China the most significant state actor threat to our country in cyberspace, which we know the government would be a target. Now, I bring up the Bank Security Act because while we're trying to reform that so the government isn't keeping a lot of PII on citizens that could be breached to a foreign actor, U.S. regulators are implementing a consolidated audit trail, which would also capture a lot of information and does capture information about investors. And so, Mr. Lorber, some of the information that, and we've worked to kind of minimize some of the information that is collected by the Consolidated Audit Trail, but under the current iteration, the Consolidated Audit Trail, the customer accounts and information systems would include names, addresses, and date of birth for most U.S. investors. What risk would this information pose to U.S. investors if a foreign adversary, specifically the Chinese, were to gain that information?
Thank you, Congressman. It's a good question. I'm not specifically familiar with the Consolidated Information Audit Trail that you're mentioning. However, I will say that any situation in which there is consolidated personal information about individuals, there is a risk that if that information is secured or captured or breached, that it could be, used to develop information that could, used to compromise those persons or otherwise exploit information about them.
Mr. Willem, do you have any thoughts on the Consolidated Audit Trail or the information, if it was divulged to China, that could be used against U.S. citizens or our economic stability?
I think you're right to ask questions about it, but it's not my specific area of expertise.
Okay. Well, let me move on for another area of this. And there, as I said, there's been some progress of limiting the types of PIA in the Consolidated Audit Trail. For anybody, what type of retention policy do you believe would be appropriate to prevent any information, whether it's from Consolidated Audit Trail, tax return information? What type of data retention policy do you believe would be appropriate to prevent information from falling into China or any foreign adversary? Anybody? I think this illustrates that we've got some areas that we're still not really thinking about, because a lot of times we're focused on China as China versus the United States government, when in reality it's China versus the individual citizen of the United States as well. And so I think this is something that we need to invest time and effort looking into as far as protecting data and information from cyber actors. And part of that, and I'll conclude with this, that I've said all along, the government is our biggest security risk because it is mandating massive amounts of data to be collected from financial institutions, from individuals, that is not used by the government. I mean, when you look at the currency transaction reports, over 90% of them are never looked at. I would imagine this a near same statistic on the other reports that have to come in, suspicious activity reports. If we're not using the data, why are we collecting it? Why are we keeping it? Why are we mandating other institutions to provide it? With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now, Mr. Vargas from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Chairman McHenry and Ranking Members Waters for convening this hearing on such a pertinent topic. It is very, very important. Mr. Williams, did I hear you correctly, or hear about you correctly, that you were on the NSC for the previous administration?
That's correct.
All right. During the time of the Trump administration, did we have any Chinese incursions of these spy balloons?
Like Mr. Harrell, I was part of the econ office, not the defense or national security part of the NSC.
So do you know or do you not know then?
I'm not aware. It's not my expertise to speak.
Right, not your expertise. It's not my expertise either, but I heard ones flying around, right? Obviously, and we shot it down. So during the time that you were there, were you told that there was a Chinese spy balloon flying all around the United States?
That's not the kind of thing I would have been briefed on.
Okay, so you didn't hear about that?
It's not the kind of thing I would have been briefed on.
Okay. The reason I ask is it seems that there were a number of Chinese spy balloons that were flying around, and nobody shot them down. In fact, it seems like they didn't even know about them, sadly. Talking about strength, they didn't even know they were there. This president gets criticized because he shot it down. The other president didn't even see the damn things. But anyway, I think it's a little bit like the hypocrisy of this debt limit when President Trump raised it 3 times, added $7 trillion to the deficit, and I didn't hear a peep out of my colleagues on the other side, other than raise it more, raise it more. And all of a sudden, now they're fiscal hawks. You know, we've got to do something about that damn deficit. Yeah, after you guys raised it so much by giving all that money to the wealthy guys, great. But anyway, we're here about this CCP. I do want to ask this. And I want to thank the comment that was made by some of my colleagues on the other side, and that was that we're really here to talk about the Chinese Communist Party, not the Chinese people, and make that distinction. You know, the Chinese people are good people, like good people everywhere. And we do have a problem in this country with Asian hate, and we don't want to flame that. But at the same time, we do want to go after our adversaries, our competitors, and that's the Chinese Communist Party. So I think it's very appropriate that we look at how we can fight back. And I was also very pleased to hear from some of my colleagues that they believe in the preeminence of the U.S. dollar and the reserve, and that the dollar is the world's reserve currency. I think that's very, very important. I hope we keep to that. But I would say this. We have done a lot. The administration has done a lot to combat what the Chinese have been doing, the Chinese Communist Party. When China deployed its Belt and Road Initiative to increase its economic coercion across the globe, the Biden administration launched partnerships for global infrastructure investment with our G7 partners. When China threatened trading norms and international agreements in the Indo-Pacific, the Biden administration launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF, with 13 partner countries that together with the U.S. represent over 40% of global GDP. When the CCP decided to detain and oppress the Uyghurs, we passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to ensure that our companies do not source products using forced labor in their production. When the CCP attempted to become the new manufacturing capital of critical computing components, we worked together on a bipartisan basis to pass the CHIPS and Science Act. When we needed to modernize our domestic infrastructure to ensure our companies can compete globally, we passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act. So yes, the CCP is a great threat, but when we work together across the aisle, especially, and put people over politics, we can mount a focused response to increase our economic competitiveness and produce good, clean jobs right here at home and protect our national security. And that's why I always find it interesting when we have some of my colleagues complaining about the Chinese, and I ask them, where's your suit made? And they say, I don't know, why don't you take a look? And you find out that it's made in China. I said, where's your tie made? Made in China. Where are your shoes made? They look them up because they don't know it's made in China. So if we really do believe that we're competing, we should start buying American and some of our allies instead of just buying the cheapest thing that you can find out that it looks good. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate the comments from my colleague from California, distinguishing between the people and the government. That's true of a lot of despotic governments around the world, Iran and other places. My mother fled communist Cuba, where that country still oppresses the people every day. I also agree with his comments about buying American. When I go shopping with my 3 children for Christmas, it drives them crazy because I won't buy anything made in China. And they have a hard time finding stuff, presents for my wife and stuff that's not made in China. But it is true that we need to be more patriotic when it comes to that in this country. The Chinese government is moving rapidly toward implementing its digital currency, the digital yuan, controlled by its central bank. Mr. Lorber, China is an authoritarian state and violator of human rights. Can you walk us through how the Chinese Communist Party can use its digital yuan to further crack down on dissent and the freedoms of its people?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question. So I think the concern that's been identified here is essentially that by using the digital renminbi domestically, China would be able to secure more information about the transactional history, the transactional preferences, and other personal information about individuals and entities who are using the digital renminbi. So essentially, it would give them additional visibility into what's happening within the country.
Thank you. I mean, it makes sense. The Chinese government spies on everybody, and its own people are not free of that. Many advocates of this central bank digital currency here claim that it's known as CBDC, claim that the U.S. not moving forward with a CBDC risks losing the U.S. dollar's status as a reserve currency. So, Mr. Lorber, if the U.S. does not move forward with this central bank digital currency and instead allows private sector digital currencies to thrive, does that actually risk the U.S. dollar's reserve currency status?
So I can't speak to the sort of broader macroeconomic questions about the adoption of a federal CBDC. What I will say, and going back to an earlier conversation we had on this, is that I don't necessarily think that the rise of the Chinese digital renminbi for cross-border payments poses a major national security challenge to the dollar in the short term. I think it's something which is very warranted to look at in the medium term, but at least in terms of the next, I think Mr. Harrell used the time frame of 12 months. I would say for the next few years, it's not something which would displace the dollar or create a risk of the displacement of the dollar.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Look, we all know that President Richard Nixon finally took us off the gold standard and when he was president, and now the U.S. dollar is simply the full faith and credit of the United States of America. It's not tied to simply the full faith and credit of the United States of America. It's not tied to anything. I have a bill to go back to the gold standard. I've invited my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if they're really serious about the dollar, to tie it back to the gold standard, make it a superior product that way. But they won't do it. They won't do it. They refuse because they want to play all the games they want to play with the Fed. And so you have the rise of digital currency, also not tied to anything specific, not much different than the US dollar. So let's go back to the gold standard if we're serious about this. I appreciate we're having this important hearing. There's no doubt that China is our top competitor and adversary. The Chinese Communist Party, their government, likes to cheat and oppress their own people. We have a lot of work to do to hold China accountable. And just because China's doing something doesn't mean the U.S. has to follow. The Chinese is a communist government. We're a free market economy here. We don't have to follow them. In fact, we should be very skeptical of following them. The United States has the best free market system in the world, and that's precisely why we do not run our country the way China does, and why we're the greatest superpower the world has ever seen. So let's not make a mistake here. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back to the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and now we turn to Mr. Caston for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all our witnesses. Hey, I want to start by answering the question that Mr. Posey asked, because I think it's worth having this on the record. He asked how much debt is held by the Chinese, U.S. debt. The answer is just over $1 trillion. Interestingly enough, that's actually down from the peak in 2011. It was $1.3 trillion, is now down to $1 trillion. And that is in spite of total foreign holdings of U.S. treasuries being up about 80% during that period. And I mention that because, yes, we should be very concerned about our competitors, but numbers matter, right? And so, Mr. Harrell, I'd love to get some sense, because that broader narrative, if you go beyond just debt and look at total foreign investments in U.S. securities, China is declining and declining in terms of its importance in the U.S. economy. They were, in 2010, held $1.6 trillion total U.S. securities, were about 15% of foreign investments in U.S. securities. They're now down to less than 6% of the total holdings in U.S. securities. And so my question, Mr. Harrell, as far as how it's sort of following on Mr. Foster's question, should we see China as a country that is pivoting away from investments in the U.S. to invest in other places, or should we see them as a country that is having a harder time attracting investment revenue more broadly? And I don't have the data on national trends, but I'm wondering if you've got a sense of that.
Thank you for coming back to this topic. It is interesting. In addition to seeing this decline in kind of Chinese sovereign holdings of U.S. debt, we have over the last couple of years generally seen a decline in Chinese private investment in the U.S., driven in part by the 2018 FIRMA law toughening up standards for Chinese investment in the U.S. I think we're seeing a couple of things from a Chinese macroeconomic perspective. First, we've seen China's overall balance of payments surplus come down a bit over the last couple of years. Obviously, 2020 in particular, and the last couple of years where they had a bunch of lockdowns and it threw off their trade flows, that has brought their balance of payment surplus down. So I think they have less money to park abroad than they used to. I think they have been trying to park more of it outside the U.S. for two reasons. First, they do see it, as we see with BRI and things like that, as a way of trying to build their own friendships and alliances away from the U.S. with developing countries. So I think they are looking to put it elsewhere. And then I think they do look at the risk of confrontation with the U.S. and wonder if they are overexposed from their perspective to U.S. securities. We saw Russia essentially exit the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency back in 2018, essentially got out of out of it. China can't, for various reasons, and I don't think wants to take that extreme a step, but I do think they are looking from their kind of sovereign holdings to diversify their holdings and not be, from their perspective, overexposed.
Yeah, I've got
to the
two
US.
more questions, and I apologize if I cut you off on the first one because I want to be quick. But we've seen China invest in things like buildings that don't get occupied, Evergrande that they have to bail out, and there's political reasons to invest in that. But obviously, long term is not healthy in terms of their domestic investments. Have you seen any good analysis of what kind of return China earns on their domestic investments? So, sort of how competitive are to what degree are they investing in growth versus staving off short-term political problems?
Look, I think it's really important that we not as I think Mr. Willems said a couple of minutes ago, it's important we not overestimate the strength of China. It is a fierce competitor. It is not, I think, as you said, 10 feet tall. And I think we have to be clear-eyed about their own domestic weaknesses and the fact they don't have an indefinitely bright future. In fact, they got a bunch of bleak things in their economic future. For the last couple of years, they've been propping up their economy domestically by subsidizing a real estate boom, by subsidizing manufacturing. At some point, that gets harder and harder for them to do. And I think that's why you're seeing this long-term downward trend in growth. Now, this year it probably will come up. They're coming out of COVID. There'll be a rebound. But they're not getting back to the 7-8% growth rates that they had for many years in the past.
So we're tight on time, so I may just have to end with a statement here. But the one exception to all that is that Chinese investments in U.S. equities have gone up, even as their investments in debt have gone down. And that is a broad sectoral trend from foreign investments in the U.S. In 2010, total foreign investments in U.S. equities was, let's see what I got here, $2.8 trillion. That was 26% of total investments in U.S. debt, U.S. equities, securities, I'm sorry. In 2021, more than half of foreign investments in the United States were in equities. And I mention that because if your goal as a member of Congress was to transfer wealth from U.S. taxpayers to foreigners, 10 years ago, the way to do that was to raise interest rates.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Today, the way to do that is to cut corporate tax rates. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired, and now we recognize the distinguished chairman of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to our witnesses. I appreciate this hearing and the importance of it. I mean, China is an important strategic rival. Frankly, I would like to keep them economic rivals. And as a former military guy, I didn't think we would ever visit to China in friendly terms and conditions, and I hope that we can keep it friendly competition. We're concerned about recent events and kind of what does that signal for the relationship. But as we look at how has China risen, I mean, part of it was under Deng Xiaoping, China broke from what had failed. Cultural Revolution, Mao's various forms of Marxist ideology that produced a communist state that was not working. And under Deng Xiaoping, he kind of said, well, we'll have communism with Chinese principles, which is really state-controlled capitalism. And on balance, it's worked pretty well for the Chinese people, but part of that's come at the expense of the American people. I'm happy for the average Chinese person, and we certainly understand why they want a better future for themselves and for their kids, but we should want the same for our families. And in recent history, we've seen this recent generation say that they're not confident that their kids are going to have a better future than they are. That's the first time in American history that's been true. And why is that? Part of it is policy decisions that have overwhelmingly benefited the Chinese Communist Party and the influence of China. So as we talk about the role of financial services in that, in 2019, China was designated as a currency manipulator. So, would one of you care to highlight briefly for the, people watching at home, the dozens or so, how does China control their exchange rate with the United States? Mr. Lorber?
I'm not a macroeconomist, so I can't really speak to that in an effective way. I apologize.
That's okay. Well, it trades in about a 2% band. The U.S. dollar is one of the currencies that are in there, and it's a peg. So they set it at an artificial rate. So when they decide that they're not getting enough exports out of China into America, or in particular, they'll change the peg to the US dollar. So that makes everything cheaper. So in 2019, when they did that, they moved it by about 16.8%. And for that, the Secretary of the Treasury rightly designated them a currency manipulator. That is able to overcome all sorts of things. Tariffs at the time, fine, we'll just manipulate our currency and make everything different. The other thing that I'm interested in talking about in this space is kind of the link to the Belt and Road. Of course, it creates big trade consequences, and that creates consequences on the flow of cash, the balance of payments. But when you look at the role of the International Monetary Fund in liquidity globally, special drawing rights are one of those things. It's not really money, but it represents an asset. And the mix was recently changed. So it went from about 10% RMB to almost 13% RMB. And so the bill that I've got, H.R. 510, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act, requires the Secretary of Treasury to oppose an increase in the weight of China's RMB in the basket of currencies that make up the IMF's special drawing rights, unless China meets certain international standards. And we know China doesn't meet them. They promised to be part of the World Trade Organization, that they would be a market economy. They said that as part of being a market economy, they wouldn't do things like manipulate their currency. So, Mr. Wellams, could you please talk about those dynamics, particularly with the relation to the IMF?
Sure. Let me first say I think you've put your finger on a really important issue. And from a broad standpoint, we want to promote the supremacy of the U.S. dollar, and we should be concerned about China trying to put forward the RMB as an alternative to that, including in the IMF. And so I would want to work with you on the specifics of the bill. I think the concept is correct, and we should do what we can to prevent them from increasing the role of the RMB. One of the problems with the IMF that we often run into is our ability to unilaterally achieve things as opposed to having to work and develop broader coalitions. So I would want to think about whether the criteria are the right criteria to build that coalition of allies to get the job done.
Thank you, and my time's expired. I yield.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations again on your new role. The Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, embodies one of the most significant international threats the United States has faced in recent decades. Among other strategies, the authoritarian CCP hopes to dominate the global economy, as you know, through thefts of intellectual property, investments in foreign economies through their Belt and Roads Initiative, and through the promotion of alternative financial networks that undermine the U.S. dollar's role in the global economy. As a Congress, we wrote strong bipartisan legislation to take on China, and I'm confident we can do it again here in the 118th Congress. Mr. Harrell and Mr. Lorber, I guess I'll start with Mr. Harrell. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and the CHIPS and Science Act directly support our strategic competition with China by investing in our supply chains, our workforce, and emerging technologies. In your opinion, what should a CHIPS 2.0 bill look like? What are the best next steps for us to be working on now? Mr. Harrell?
So thank you very much, and I 100% agree with you that the bills that Congress passed over the last several years to foster investments in chips, in scientific innovation, in clean energy technology, and in infrastructure generally, absolutely essential to our success. I would break future investments into two pieces. One is a technology piece, and one is a supply chain resilience piece. On the technology piece, and I think there really is a lot that is going on there, not just with chips, but with the and science part of that bill and the NSF sort of reform agenda there. I think there's a lot going on there, but I do think we need to be focused at a research perspective in quantum and in biotechnology. These, I think, are foundational that we need to do. On the supply chain resilience piece, we've done a lot on chips. We've actually been doing a fair amount on critical minerals. It's going to take years for that to bear fruit, but there is a lot going on critical minerals, and we're doing a lot on clean technology. I think pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients, not necessarily high-end things, we have supply chain vulnerabilities there. I also think there are a set of supply chain vulnerabilities that we don't know we have. And I think that the administration should undertake a kind of comprehensive review of what we're importing and supply chain vulnerabilities to get ahead of the things we don't know that we don't know.
It's very helpful. I appreciate that. I mean, the CCP has made it clear that it will leverage technology to breach U.S. institutions and steal our intellectual property, collect data on our citizens, and access the systems that control our critical infrastructure. I worked at a large technology company before I was in Congress. It was no secret that China was stealing our work all the time. I guess, Mr. Lorber, if I can ask you, if this is appropriate, what can we do to better protect our intellectual property from cybercrime and the coercive tactics the CCP is using to steal from companies operating in China?
Thanks. It's a great question. If the objective is, I think rightly, to protect U.S. data, there are multiple steps you can take, both to borrow one of Mr. Williams' ideas, sort of on the offensive and the defensive side. Certainly on the offensive side, I do think that if that's your goal, targeted economic sanctions to focus on specific entities that have been identified as stealing U.S. Intellectual property makes sense. And to date, I think there's authority that was recently passed on the books to be able to do that, though I don't know if there's actually any designations that have taken place. And then on the defensive side, certainly the hardening of U.S. governmental systems, but also proper incentives structure to make sure that U.S. private sector is also properly incentivized to harden their systems as well.
I think that's right, and I appreciate that. Shifting just a little bit, the subject that I'm very concerned about, of course, during the pandemic, we had a lot of fake N95 masks with fake FDA approval labels. We've all read about adulterated diabetes treatments and seizures of fentanyl-laced pills that have been traced back to China. I'm concerned we're not doing enough to crack down and sustain efforts from foreign actors to flood our markets with counterfeit and adulterated medical products. Mr. Harrell, if I can ask you, do you think it makes sense to increase collaboration between the Office of Foreign Assets Control and the FDA to crack down and place sanctions on foreign producers of counterfeit and adulterated medical products?
I think there are a number of tools we can use to go after counterfeit product imports. I think that where there is sort of a nexus to organized crime, there are existing sanctions authorities that can be used to target sort of organized criminal counterfeiting, and I think we should be looking to do that. I also think, obviously, there are things we can do with CBP and with other tools that we have to crack down on imports of counterfeits. May I make one point on the data issue?
Please.
There are many things we need to do to protect our data security. One of them has to be a comprehensive national data privacy law, because if all the data is getting collected and aggregated, the Chinese are going to get at it. They got lots of ways to get at it. So we got to actually start with a data security law.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you.
We're glad you're before the committee that actually does have a data security law for financial firms, which we intend to update. Thank you. Hopefully we can have you back for that, too. With that, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this hearing, and I thank you to our witnesses for taking time to be here with us today. I want to dive right in. About $1.7 trillion in securities of China-based issuers are listed on exchanges in the United States. Mr. Williams, as China continues to bolster its efforts to compete with the U.S. for capital, do you think U.S. investors have adequate information to understand their exposure to Chinese capital markets and the risks associated with them?
So let me first say that I don't think inherently we don't want any Chinese companies listed on U.S. exchanges. As long as they play by the rules, it's good for us because it bolsters the importance of our markets. That said, I don't think U.S. citizens generally understand what they're getting into with some of those investments, and more transparency could be helpful.
So some managers offer single country funds that only invest in Chinese-related issuers. Among the risks listed in these funds, or these types of funds, are more frequent trading suspensions and government intervention, currency exchange rate fluctuations or blockages, price volatility, and considerable degrees of social, legal, regulatory, political, and economic uncertainty. Mr. Williams, are you concerned about the risks associated with offering an investment product with that much exposure to China?
So I do think that having disclosure about that is important so investors can make the decision.
So, and I want to open this up to the rest of the panel. Would it make sense to require all funds, including broader international and regional funds, to disclose and aggregate their exposure to Chinese-related risks and investments? Anybody that wants to speak up? Start with you, Mr. Willems, since I've already.
I mean, I think in concept, having transparency is important. In terms of the specifics of what you're proposing, I think I'd want to think about that.
Anyone else care to remark?
Yeah, I'll echo Mr. Williams' comment. I do think transparency is very important, but I think there's obviously a balance between wanting to provide for that transparency and not creating a regime where there's overly onerous disclosure requirements as well.
So, and I think about my own posture as an investor, so I'll ask the question this way to kind of press this further. Do current disclosure regimes adequately alert U.S. retail investors and retirees to their Chinese exposure? Yes or no? We'll start over here. Yes, no.
I think based on the response you're getting, it's a question that needs to be addressed. It's certainly.
As an investor, I think the answer is no. I mean, I have been pressing my own investment advisor about that, and so then what can or should be done to improve the level of visibility that individual investors, U.S. investors, have to the exposure that they have to China that they may or may not be aware of? Anyone have any thoughts?
I think I've already offered the idea of greater transparency. How you do that is important, and I think that is a subject that we should delve into further.
All right, thank you. Well, I think it is insightful. I want to shift gears in the remaining minute and a half here. Mr. Fetto, if a foreign investor takes control of a U.S. business in the agricultural sector, does CFIUS have the authority to review that deal?
It certainly does.
And if a foreign investor were to take a non-controlling stake in an agricultural business, but gain influence over critical technologies or critical infrastructure as specified in rulemaking, would CFIUS have the authority to review that deal?
I imagine so, based on what you've described, yes.
And so when CFIUS reviews agricultural-related transactions, does CFIUS involve the U.S. Department of Agriculture in those reviews?
Yes, sir, it does. I mentioned earlier that they have the latitude under the law to bring in other cabinet member officials in their departments to provide the subject matter expertise to tackle the national security analysis. And they do that frequently with HHS and NASA and the Agricultural Department.
And do you think that CFIUS has adequate motivation to aggressively review those kinds of transactions?
They absolutely do, and that's part of the role of congressional oversight to make sure that they're adequately focused on those issues. I would caution, I'm not entirely sold on the idea of making the Agriculture Department a permanent voting member of the committee.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your questions. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses today. And I, too, want to associate my remarks of the ranking member and add my additional remarks as follows. I am concerned by the rhetoric that I'm hearing today. While I take the economic threat that China may pose very, very seriously, I worry that the Republican majority is not committed to taking some essential steps to combat this issue. The Republicans are set on decreasing the federal budget, but it appears to me that significant investments might be necessary, particularly in the global south, to ensure that China's presence does not grow stronger. I would like to begin by focusing on China's strong financial presence in Latin America. As a representative from Texas, this issue is too close to home, literally. China has a large financial presence in Venezuela, Ecuador, Brazil, and many other Latin American nations, and I worry about the impact it has on U.S. influence and trade relations, particularly as it impacts us in the Texas region. Mr. Harrell, can you please speak about China's presence in Latin America, and can you explain what the United States can do to offer alternative to Chinese investments, in particular in the region?
We've definitely seen an increase in China's economic presence in Latin America over the last decade. Sort of recent events disclose perhaps also an increase in surveillance presence and other kinds of presence down there as well. Part of the reason for that increased presence is frankly sort of basic economics. China's buying a lot of commodities. Latin America exports a lot of commodities. You're going to see the trade ties increase there. There is also obviously a strategic overlay that China is taking to this, where they are deliberately investing in Latin America as a region that is near to the U.S., but frankly a swing region where our diplomatic relationships have not always been the warmest and our economic ties have not always been the strongest. So you see them doing that with Ecuador, you see that doing it with Venezuela and places like that. I think what we need to do to respond is to relentlessly highlight the downsides and costs of this kind of low quality, high debt, high default kind of Chinese investment we're seeing down there, and then be forward in the region ourselves. We have to get DFC down there. We have to get XM down there. We have to make the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity a real thing. We have to get USAID active down there. So it is both highlighting the costs and the challenges of what China's doing down there, while also offering concrete and tangible alternatives ourselves.
Right, because we're seeing that they're lending, they're investing, they're building, they're developing. I mean, they're doing, in my view, a lot of things that we, as a good neighbor in the Western Hemisphere, should be doing with the Americas, and we have failed to do, not only, frankly, for a very long time, and it worries me that China will get a better strategic, position to not only threaten us economically, but strategically in terms of our security. So what else can we do to make sure that the United States maintains good relations with the Americas?
So I laid out a couple of ideas. I also think having continued strong cultural exchange programs often get overlooked in these discussions. But as a former diplomat at the State Department, who then spent a number of years at the White House, the number of times we were able to build a relationship with whether it was a European official or an Argentinian official or an Indonesian official, because that person had come here for school, because that person had family here. Those are sort of the soft power kind of things that can really pay off over time in terms of deepening relationships.
Right, because otherwise then China just continues to use these countries for their own political purposes, but also to build in what I consider the anti-USA sentiment. And it doesn't help, again, to listen to some of the rhetoric of beating up on everything south of the border. Rather than criticizing, we should be helping and being true partners and true neighbors. So thank you for that. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes for questions.
I want to thank each of you for taking your time to come today and testify. Each of you have a critical role in, I guess, highlighting the problems we've got with China. And Mr. Fetto, you made an analogy about the 355,000 acres as it relates to the total U.S. The problem that I see is it's not the volume, it's where they're buying it. South Carolina, we've got Duke Energy, we've got Shaw Air Force Base. They are buying property in downtown areas strategically in relationship to where our headquarters are. So that's the problem we've got with them. Now, I think it was interesting, my other colleagues were asking you, Mr. Williams, about the balloon. First of all, they went immediately to President Trump with balloons flying. Well, the only way this administration knew the balloon was flying was when a citizen took a picture, and either he was sleeping or whoever did notify him, they were allowed to go in this country 8 days before they shot him down, which is a tragedy for this country. It's a security risk for this country. And not to just mention what they're doing in plants. In my state, they're going in plants and they're going through third parties on buying the property, but they're going in, sending Americans in to buy patents on different military things that others don't make, and stealing the patents. So they're a huge threat. So thank y'all for what you're doing, and to highlight this. This isn't political. This is un-American, particularly with what this administration is letting happen. Now, as it relates, and this goes back to what Mr. Rose was saying, you know, the PCAOB, you know, has been tasked with scrutinizing the U.S. companies traded in U.S. exchange, the Chinese companies. And, you know, and after 3 years, if they fail to provide the audits, then they're taken off the exchange. Now, do you believe the PCAOB has successfully implementing this and are putting the safeguards in place so that those individuals that are putting their trust in companies that they know little about, is this getting the job done, or is there something else we need to be doing to put some teeth into this? Because this is again, like the security breach, is a tragedy. And I'll let anybody answer that wants to.
I can start and just say, I think at this point, we should take the PCAOB's word for it, that they were able to access Chinese papers, Chinese audit papers in December. And my understanding on that was that the checks that they did were random, the Chinese didn't know in advance, and that they were given access. Now, I think you're right to wonder, was this a one-time thing where China wanted to avoid mass delistings, or is this actually China finally saying we're going to open up and play by the rules that everyone else has to follow? And so I think Congress's role is to conduct rigorous oversight over this, make sure that the PCAOB is continuing to check and that China's continue to provide access.
Anybody else want to comment on that? What about the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, which is expanded to the Committee on the Foreign Investment of the United States? Are they using their tools at their disposal to put teeth in what they can do at the proper time?
Sir, I'm probably the right person to answer that, but,
Yes, sir.
But can you clarify the question?
The role of the Foreign Investment Risk FIRMA, are they doing everything they can, they've been tasked with, in your opinion, in your expertise, to monitor real estate transactions
I believe so. I don't have any visibility internally. I implemented the law, and we were very diligent about how we scoped real estate jurisdiction per the direction of the statute, per FIRMA. And remember that the jurisdiction that the committee was given with respect to real estate was a voluntary disclosure. So there's not a required filing, but the committee still has the power to bring something in if it needs to, or it's alerted to a national security risk that warrants review. Frequently, a purchase relates to a U.S. business and it falls into another part of jurisdiction. So real estate may not always be leveraged, but it may not need to.
Thank you so much.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nichols, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our witnesses for being here with us today. This is certainly going to be a memorable committee hearing for me, not necessarily because of the subject, as much as it's my first committee hearing as a member of Congress, and you'll be the first witnesses that I get to question. So thank you again for being here today. Mr. Harrell, you said in your testimony that to address the economic risks we face from China, we must expand our cooperation with friends. Mr. Williams, you said in your testimony that to reduce supply chain reliance on China, we should implement proactive trade policies with third countries. I agree with both of you. The U.S. should establish and reinforce meaningful trade relationships with other partners in the Indo-Pacific region. The U.S. should also form and strengthen partnerships in law enforcement and regulatory spaces on issues central to this committee, like countering trafficking, improving transparency, and securing markets. So, Mr. Harrell, Mr. Williams, how can the U.S. leverage the tools that are at our disposal, like the World Bank, IMF, Export-Import Bank, to help America's friends better compete against China and their CCP-backed economy?
Sure, happy to start. And I think this is actually a really good segue from the questions Ms. Garcia was asking, which was about Latin America. And I thought Mr. Harrell answered very well, but one area I would have elaborated further on that you've touched on is trade agreements. And if we want to build those relationships, if we want to build those partnerships, we need to have trade agreements. And the reason that's important for supply chains is China's going around the world. They're cutting trade agreements where they're cutting tariffs with other countries. That makes it easier for them to facilitate trade between them. We aren't doing the same thing, and so we are at a cost disadvantage when companies are making decisions about supply chains, and that's why we need market access trade agreements. Now, building on that, the other tools that Mr. Harrell touched on that I would elaborate on again are the Development Finance Corporation. And one of the things I recommend is employing a program at DFC similar to CTEP, the China Transformational Export Program at XM, which will allow DFC to cut through red tape, be more strategic in working with our partners and allies. On XM, one thing that we haven't gotten into yet, but I think is worth considering, is do we want XM to be able to take more risk in certain circumstances? XM has something called the default cap, which is about 2% is the maximum amount of defaults that they're allowed to have, or they totally lose their authority to make investments. And I think we need to look at that and say, look, if we're going to provide an alternative to China, we need to take a little more risk. And it may be a controversial policy, but I think it's worth looking at if we're serious about providing a real alternative.
I think another area that we could look at is better integrating our development tools with our trade tools, right? Because if you are a company that is, say, looking to get out of China to do light manufacturing, and you're looking at Latin America, what do you need, to put a sort of a facility down in the Caribbean or in somewhere in Central America or in Mexico? You need, local skilled labor, right? You need a bunch of things on the ground. You need transport and physical infrastructure for the goods you're manufacturing, and then you need access to the United States so you can actually sell it here in your market. And I think we don't currently do a good job of kind of integrating those three tools, and I think we could do a better job of saying if we want to see supply chain friendshoring, how are we going to use our foreign assistance, our development finance, these other kind of tools to create the enabling environment for that to happen as we pursue these kind of more trade initiatives, whether it's APAP or IPAF or other things like that.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Willems, today we've had a lot of conversation focused on China about their malicious actions. We've heard references to invasions of our airspace most recently. We've seen them engage in unfair trade practices. You were just engaged in a conversation there with Mr. Nickel, I think appropriately so, about how we go on offense. I think we've seen a real shift in administrations, from a shift in administration under the Trump administration with engagement in countries looking for areas where the U.S. can export. In particular, I'm thinking from Wisconsin's perspective, agricultural goods. Think about opportunities we may have in countries like Kenya, countries like the United Kingdom, maybe the country of Laos, et cetera. Can you tell me where we could go on offense?
It's a fantastic question, and you mentioned two already. So the Trump administration had started FTA negotiations with both the UK and Kenya, which have been discontinued by this administration. And I think it's in Congress's interest to push them to get back in the game with those two countries. The other two places I would look are Taiwan, where there is significant interest in linking our high-tech supply chains with Taiwan and creating more market access for farmers, including those from Wisconsin, which I know we both hold near and dear to our heart. And then I'd look at the TPP. And I was part of an administration that pulled out of the TPP, but that was, I think, a reflection of the fact that there were problems with the agreement. But the answer is not to stay out of it. The answer is to renegotiate it. And I would look at this question, can we do to TPP what we did to NAFTA? Can we take an agreement that wasn't working for us, renegotiate it, make it work for the United States? And I'll remind everyone here, I'm sure there's a lot of members here who voted for USMCA. That got the strongest bipartisan support of any trade agreement in years. And I think we can do the same thing with the TPP, and I think that'll benefit Wisconsin farmers.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments. Let me shift gears to another area that I have significant concern on. This is our multilateral development banks, like the World Bank, still providing billions of dollars in new loans to China. And at the same time, China is providing extensive funding to developing countries around the world through its Belt and Road Initiative. Question to you, should China continue to receive funds from these development banks, and how should we approach this strategically?
So the answer is no, and I will agree with you. It's absurd, right? China is the world's largest bilateral lender, yet at the same time, they are one of the top 5 recipients of World Bank loans. That is an inconsistency that should not be allowed to stand. Now, the challenge we have, the World Bank and the IMF and all these institutions, is we're just one member. We have a lot of votes, but we don't have all the votes. We can't wave a magic wand. So I really think what you want to do is think about how to put together a comprehensive reform package with other allies that can change that behavior while also, thinking about other things that will get other countries to come on board. If this just becomes U.S. versus China, I think that that's difficult, but if we can paint China as an international outlier and build a broader coalition, I think we have a chance for success.
I think that's right. I think it's working with our allies to actually counter the actions that China's engaged in, and in particular as it relates to unfair trade practices, but we also see it through their loan programs such as the Rosenbelt Initiative, which is a real risk to many developing countries around the world. I want to go back to what Mr. Barr was speaking with you about earlier, in particular CMIC companies and the firms associated with China's military. I think we can all agree that Americans should not be financing these businesses, which have a clear role in China's human rights abuses. Can you give a little more explanation as to how we close these gaps?
Sure. So right now there have been 2 executive orders that were issued, one by the Trump administration and then a subsequent one by the Biden administration. And what they do is they say that the U.S. government should identify companies that are affiliated with China's military and then put prohibitions on investment. The problem with them and the gaps that are there is that those prohibitions only apply to publicly traded securities. It does not apply to venture capital, private equity, debt, other kinds of financing. And so I think Congress can step in, fill that gap. The other gap is that it only names 2 sectors within China. It's the technology surveillance sector and the defense material sector. And I think that there are probably other Chinese companies that pose a national security threat outside of those sectors that we need to look at. So that's the second gap I would look at filling.
Thank you very much. I think we covered a lot here today. I think we looked at the opportunity to go on offense, which I think is absolutely essential. I think we need to return to the previous administration's policies on that rather than some of the policies we're seeing coming out of this administration. I think it's important we look at development banks like the World Bank, and in particular that we are not finding the United States of America in a position supporting the military of China. I yield back. The chair now recognizes, I'll pause. Ms. Garcia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask for unanimous consent to enter a document for the record, China's engagement in Latin America, views from the region, from the United States Institute of Peace.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to focus on the ways that foreign oligarchs can invest in U.S.-based assets to hide or launder illicit funds. And, I know the vast majority, and majority of foreign nationals investing in the U.S. are legitimate. And there's no national concern whatsoever in that regard. But however, we know that there's been an incredibly, easy way to establish anonymous trusts, shell companies in the United States, which has made it easier for sanctioned citizens, and we saw it recently actually, and entities to hide their assets in the United States. I know both the administration, the current one and the previous one, has supported, and I'm sure you're familiar with the Corporate Transparency Act of 2020, which is intended to prevent that kind of abuse of, these shell companies like the one used to hide ownership and control of U.S.-based real estate purchases, that are sanctioned by, folks that are Chinese nationals, Russian nationals, a number of folks, again, they're sanctioned. So it's something for the whole witness panel here. How important is it for the U.S. and allied nations to adopt transparency measures like beneficial ownership registries to prevent bad actors from abusing our open financial systems? Because it is really about those resources and the money, as you all know. So I can start with whoever would like to begin. I think, Eric, you had your hand up.
I'm happy to take this one. I appreciate the question. The short answer is it's incredibly important. You've seen even recently in publicly announced actions, instances where sanctioned Russian oligarchs, for example, were able to park billions of dollars in trusts that were registered in Delaware for a period of, I think, 5 or 6 years. So the Corporate Transparency Act and the related legislation, I think, were great work done by this Congress, are important steps.
Eric, for my residents, explain why, because this is the danger that I think is not understanding. It's like, oh yeah, they're just moving money for benefit of their own, but it's actually a huge concern because this is how they can fund.
Sure, yeah, exactly. So for example, pre-Corporate Transparency Act, an individual could go to a state, form a corporation, and then not be required to submit the natural persons who were the owners or the controllers of that corporation. So in theory, a Russian oligarch could go to a US state, form a corporation in somebody else's name, there would be no verification component, and they could subsequently funnel money through that shell company into US assets, and it may be very, very difficult to detect. That was the issue that the Corporate Transparency Act at a high level was trying to solve. It's being implemented as we speak, so Treasury is rolling out a series of rules to implement it, but that's the sort of core challenge.
Yeah. Anybody else? Mr. Hara?
I agree very much with Eric that the Corporate Transparency Act was a huge first step. Obviously, something like that, and Treasury Department is in the process of getting IT and rolling out rules to uncover the beneficial owners of millions of companies. That's a big endeavor, and they need to make sure they have the resources to do it. I do think if Congress wants to continue looking at this issue, and I would encourage Congress to do so, looking at greater transparency around some of the enablers of corporate corporate secrecy, the lawyers and the accountants. I think that's another good area to push on. And then the other thing I would say,
because there are firms that are actually helping them do it, correct? Yes.
Yes. Yeah. The other thing I would say is I think we have to get much more serious about transparency in some of the small tax havens. A few years ago when this Congress was worried about the fact that overseas banks were helping wealthy Americans hide their taxes, there was a very meaningful effort to force banks in Switzerland and the Caymans and places like that to provide tax reporting information to the U.S. There's not really a parallel requirement or serious effort to get, places like the BVI and the Caymans to clean up their corporate ownership structures. And I think it's time to look at what could be done there.
No, thank you. And I just would, for many of my colleagues here, especially my Democratic colleagues, have known that I've spoken about recently, just the impact of seeing somebody like Vincent Chen in our community in Detroit beaten to death after anti-Asian hate rhetoric was increasing during that time, and we're seeing that again. So I just hope this committee, we can do this important work without fueling that rhetoric, being very, I think, thoughtful, so that we can do meaningful work, again, without jeopardizing our Asian neighbors across the country. But with that, I yield.
Thank you very much. The votes have been called on the House floor. The chair anticipates recognizing one more member before we stand in recess until the following votes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing has been long overdue. I think we can all agree that China is a problem and that we need to figure out a solution utilizing all of our allies. This is not something that we can take on our own. But I will say that I've been pleased with a lot of the bipartisan agreement on a number of things today. One of them is that defaulting on our federal debt is bad. And I think we all agree that we're not going to default. The question is, what steps do we take to regain some fiscal solvency? As the speaker says, if your kid runs up the credit card, you do pay it off, but you don't let him do it again. We have spent $7 trillion with the excuse of COVID, and that has increased our debt. But not only has it increased our debt, it has driven inflation, which is going to have long-term damage to our debt as well. So we have to take steps to address that and to regain our fiscal solvency. It is a national security issue. It is perhaps the most preeminent national security issue. So I am hopeful that we addressed our debt ceiling responsibly, reasonably, and sensibly, and I'm confident that we're going to find our path forward. So again, there's some bipartisan agreement. We're not going to default. Another thing that I was actually surprised with some bipartisan agreement was that the Biden administration handled the balloon poorly. I think the entire world was shocked as we have talked about a balloon for the last 4 days. And the disagreement has been largely partisan, but one of my colleagues across the aisle said that's why I was concerned, deeply concerned by this balloon business and why the president allowed this balloon to go all over our country and not shoot it down. He did caveat it. I love the president. I support him. But this move not to blow down the balloon sends a powerful message to both enemies and friends because it's all about data, intelligence, and China got us on this one. So we agree. China got us on this one. And the question is, what are we going to do to get China to reform their behavior and compete in the global economy and be good actors in the global economy? That's the question. And I'm going to go to an issue that I think is a good case study in how to do that, and that's with 5G. Just a few years ago, Huawei, using the Belt and Road Initiative, was giving away next-generation wireless infrastructure. They were going to our allies all over the world, and the FBI said, well, hold on now. That's not a good idea. And we didn't really want to explain why, but ultimately we did, and all of our allies now have either banned Huawei, stopped purchasing from Huawei, or required 5G to be secure. We have utilized the IMF and the World Bank through a bill that I sponsored 2 years ago that was put in NDAA to make it not possible for anyone to use the World Bank and the IMF if they're using, and it doesn't even address China. It just says if you are investing in unsecure 5G, you're not eligible for IMF or World Bank. So I think that's a great example of a way that we can use our allies abroad to facilitate behavior change from China. Huawei has since taken steps to show that they are secure. They have not done a very good job. People do not believe them yet, but they're trying. They're trying to change their behavior. And I guess, Mr. Willems, I'd just like to say, is that the type of situation where we can reform China's behavior? Because again, China, I do not want them to be our enemy. I want them to be an equitable partner in the global economy, and they have to play by the rules. So is this a good example of how we can accomplish that?
I think it's a good example to talk about the importance of a comprehensive approach. Because if you think about the way that we handled Huawei, there was the legislation that you talked about, but we also had export controls, we had investment restrictions, and then now through the XM Bank, we are trying to provide 5G alternatives. And I think that shows what you need to do to successfully deal with China threats. You need to crack down, but then you also need to get on the offense and provide another alternative. And that's an approach I think we should apply to other areas as well.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm very concerned about our government's inability to adapt to the challenges that we're facing. And China has the ability to do whatever they want, whenever they want, and that is an advantage. But the control they have over their people is a disadvantage. Freedom and the American dream is what makes this country so great, and I just hope that we can tackle this in a bipartisan manner going forward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As noted previously, votes have been called, 2 votes in total. Members are encouraged to return expeditiously following the second vote. Until then, this committee stands in recess.
Committee will come to order. I thank the panel for sticking with us. I'll now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I never thought this moment would come. According to an opinion piece by Ruchir Sharma in the Financial Times, if the United States economy were to grow at an average of 1.5% annually, and China's economy at an average of 2.5% annually, China would not overtake the United States until 2060. But even the assumption of a 2.5% growth rate seems increasingly questionable. As you know, China is confronting a perfect storm, a debt crisis, a demographic crisis, and a declining productivity crisis. And so I have a historical question for each of the panelists. Has there ever been a country in history that has grown at 2.5% annually in the face of productivity decline, population decline, and a prohibitive debt burden? And I'll start with Mr. Asu, and we'll go down the row.
Yeah.
Easy question.
I'm not aware of one.
Okay.
Nor am I, sir.
Not to my knowledge.
Seems unlikely.
Not aware.
So America's greatest enemy is not the CCP. America's greatest enemy is itself. It's the dysfunction of our politics. You know, there may be severe structural limits on China's ability to grow the Chinese economy, but there are no limits to America's ability to sabotage the American economy. Who needs the CCP when you have the self-sabotage of debt limit brinksmanship here in Washington, D.C.? The full faith and credit of the United States and the status of the dollar as the world's reserve currency form the foundation for American leadership in the world, the very American leadership that the Chinese Communist Party is intent on overturning. And so I have a simple yes or no question. If the federal government were to breach the debt limit beyond the X date, would damaging the full faith and credit of the United States undermine the competitive position of the United States relative to the CCP? And we'll start with Mr. Ashu.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's likely.
Agree. Yes.
As you know, more than 6 years ago, we saw Russia weaponize social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter to interfere with the 2016 election and otherwise conduct influence operations against the United States. The CCP has infinitely more influence over TikTok than Russia ever did over Facebook and Instagram. TikTok is or could easily metastasize into a Trojan horse for a CCP influence operation against the United States. A question to each of you: do you think TikTok should be banned from the United States?
I really can't answer it. We did look at this when I was in government, and there's clearly issues there, but the what to do about it. An outright ban may not be the answer, but clearly...
Are you aware that the parent company of TikTok has a CCP committee?
Most Chinese companies have some sort of Chinese government influence.
And is that cause for alarm?
Of course it is, absolutely.
Right,
And
as you know...
Let me be clear. Well, I can't give you a yes, no, because I want the solution to fit the problem, and I don't have enough information.
Well, let me phrase the question differently. You know, TikTok is not only a social media platform, it has become a leading news source for the next generation of Americans, our most impressionable minds. Is it in the strategic interest of the United States to have the CCP shape the information environment of the United States?
So again, sir, this is an important issue. We did look at it when I was in government. Finding the right answer in a way that didn't run afoul of concerns such as First Amendment and other things that came up. Just because it didn't work the first time doesn't mean we don't need an answer here. We do. I just don't know what it is, and I'm out of government, so unfortunately not.
Mr. Fetto, should we ban TikTok?
So I
And I have nothing against dancing, for the record.
So I worry about the idea of banning because it can become a slippery slope. Also, attempting to ban TikTok failed during the Trump administration with his, the president's executive order in August of 2020. I think you're right, the concerns about its parent company. The Commerce Department at the time had supporting information related to its attempt to enforce the ban, that there were 130 CCP committee members within the parent company that had been...
What was the number?
130
CCP members in the parent company.
You know, National Security Advisor O'Brien, President Trump's national security advisor, has called it the biggest, the worst own goal in national security and a scandal.
I think time is, I just want to quickly get yes or no answers. Mr. Lorber, Mr. Willems, Mr. Harrell.
I don't think it lends itself to just a simple yes or no. I
Okay.
think there are all sorts of factors.
I think we should put in place a broader infrastructure to examine all Chinese apps operating in the United States and make sure that we're protecting against national security threats, because I don't think it's just TikTok.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with Clayton.
Great. Thank you. My time has expired.
We'll now recognize Mr. Muser, Pennsylvania, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Certainly thank all of our witnesses for all of your time here today. So China is characterized in many different ways as a competitor, a rival, authoritarian, an adversary, and I guess we'll see over the years what it will be characterized by us moving forward. But right now, the CCP, among many things, is accused of, and there is much evidence to support, their regular theft of intellectual property. So recently, FBI Director stated that the Chinese government poses the biggest long-term threat to our economy and national security of the U.S., of course. He described a lawless, stop-at-nothing China government agenda to steal IP. So, Mr. Xu, in your judgment, is the Biden administration, are we treating this as seriously as we should be?
The issue of IP theft?
Yeah.
I believe so. I believe it certainly had attention in the prior administration. I haven't seen that wane. The challenge is, it is a very hard problem to solve because the institutions to deal with it are in the law enforcement realm, and once that IP has been purloined, it's not like you can just disgorge it. So it's a very challenging problem.
I was in business for a long time on an international basis, and I can appreciate that, but is it something that we understand, our State Department or others are regularly commenting on and pushing back on and trying to investigate, to your knowledge?
I can't speak specifically to a particular agency. I certainly know it was a priority when I was regulating.
All right. Mr. Fetto, is the Biden administration's assault on our domestic energy industry, the excessive spending that took place over the last several years, which is the primary cause of inflation, higher interest rates, loss of much wealth in the capital markets, along with raising of business taxes, which has been done, and a lot of talk of raising taxes further higher in the near term on U.S. companies. Does this improve our position vis-a-vis China? And does it improve the economic competitiveness of the United States, in your view?
I don't think it does. I'm probably not the best to answer with more precision. If I can just interject on your question to Mr. Ashew, I do think the FBI, Director Wray, is constantly talking about intellectual property theft, and the FBI, he has said, is opening up an investigation related to espionage and IP theft every 12 hours, and there are over 2,000 investigations. So I do think the Justice Department is very focused on that issue.
Mr. Lorber, do you think the idea of raising our corporate income tax from 21%, which it was lowered to, as we know, which has made us competitive sort of in the middle of the pack of industrialized nations, do you think the idea of raising that will help or hurt our economy vis-a-vis China's output?
I mean, I can't speak specifically to, the raising of the corporate, minimum tax, but I will say that anything that we do that hurts the competitiveness of U.S. companies would, hurt U.S. national security vis-a-vis.
Hurt U.S., made in the U.S., makes it more difficult. Mr. Williams, your thought on that?
We should not raise the corporate tax.
Right. So something else I want to bring up. I have a bill, H.R. 839, known as the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act. And what this bill does is it requires the Treasury to instruct the U.S. Executive Director at the IMF to use the voice and vote of the United States to advocate for increased transparency from the PRC's exchange rate practices, compliance by the PRC in line with what other members of IMF are beholden to, and publication of significant divergences, and stronger consideration by the IMF management and members of the PRC's lack of transparency when evaluating quota and voting shares at the IMF. Would you just comment if you think such a bill
makes sense?
So I think that this is the right approach. This is an issue the committee should be focused on. I think one thing the committee should explore in greater depth is enforcement mechanisms around these IMF proposals. What are the sources of leverage we can use to actually effectuate these policy changes? And I do think it's helpful to instruct the U.S. representative at the IMF to take these positions, but how are we actually going to get results? So I think I'd like to start with your bill, and then let's build off of it and figure out how to make it actually happen.
Great. Anybody else? We only have 8 seconds. Get a comment on that? Good. All right. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being with us today. I know it's been a long one, so thanks for sticking it out. I know that we're focused on the economic threats of China, and something that isn't necessarily part of this, but I think that I want to talk about some economic tools you might recommend on how to address the threat that we face from China with the illicit drug market and the increase in fentanyl coming into our country. And this hit Colorado hard. This is happening globally. And so while I know that you are not all here today as expert in the illicit movement of drugs and drug proceeds, I just want to know if you have recommendations for economic tools, carrots and sticks that Congress might be able to employ to actually change behavior here. This is something that has killed more people in the United States than all of the world wars combined, the opioid epidemic. It's the third wave, and fentanyl has completely taken over the drug supply chain, and it is incredibly dangerous. So would love to hear your thoughts.
Sure, I'm happy to take a first cut at the response. So as I mentioned earlier, we have seen the Treasury Department target a number of Chinese individuals and entities for their role in illicit fentanyl production and smuggling. One other approach that I have seen as a complement to sanctions authorities that's worked, I think, fairly well over the last few years has been guidance and advisories that have been promulgated either by the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network or OFAC or other entities in the U.S. government that highlight what the typologies of illicit funds movements associated with a particular threatening activity could be, in this case, fentanyl trafficking. Something along those lines, if you wanted to think about how you could expand the toolkit beyond simply sanctions and law enforcement as of right now, might be something to consider.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Willems, one of our major priorities as a committee is to prevent malign influence by China that would distort our markets. Last Congress, I was fortunate enough to author a bill, Foreign Merger Subsidy Disclosure Act, and it was signed into law by the president. It put emphasis, I think, on just disclosure, sunshine, that type of thing. The FTC and the Department of Justice, the Antitrust Division, are now required to monitor and take foreign government subsidies into account in the pre-merger notification process. Another area where China is attempting to infiltrate are exchange trade funds traded here in the United States as well. Many of these investment vehicles contain Chinese companies involved with China's military as well. That has been disclosed. I think there was even some discussion about it today. So, for example, CSSC Holdings Limited, China's largest builder of military ships, is listed in several major investments indices, including MSCI, Emerging, FTSE as well. So there's a number of different corporations that are complicated acronyms as part of this discussion. The indices contain trillions of dollars of assets under global management. And current law that prohibits U.S. investors from buying or selling securities for companies deemed to support China's military. However, parent companies or subsidiaries of listed companies can still be found in these indices. Why is it that the parent and subsidiaries of listed companies can circumvent this ban? We still don't have a full answer on. One of the other principles I hope we keep in mind is that as we look at ways to counter China is to ensure that these policies do not wink at the dominance of the U.S. dollar here and abroad. We've seen how many of these just adversaries like China, Iran, and Russia have made efforts to reduce their reliance on the dollar. But even some of our allies have sought to work around our sanctions. We're well aware of it. And, I think it goes beyond bad actors at this point. And they're trying to establish alternatives to our SWIFT system. So my question to you would be, are there things we should be doing in addition to what we tackled in the last Congress that could probably tighten this and make it more presentable to not just congressional committees, but also to DOD and anybody else involved in the defense industry?
So first, let me say congratulations on your bill. I
Yeah,
think it was a
thank you.
good piece of legislation and glad that it was signed into law. Second, let me comment on the military company restrictions, which you referred to. I think that Congressman Barr has legislation that's looking to make this statutory and then tighten some of the gaps. And I think that as we're doing it, considering what you raised is also a worthwhile endeavor for this committee to explore. Now, I think that there may be some complexities we need to think about when you're talking about entire index funds, but the point is, if we make a determination that a company is linked to the Chinese military, we shouldn't have U.S. investors in that company. And so we need to figure out how we are closing all applicable gaps, and I think exploring what you raised is a worthwhile endeavor. On the SWIFT question, that's less my area of expertise, but happy to try to get back to you on that, or maybe one of my colleagues also has something to say, and I was looking at Eric.
I'm happy, thanks, Queen. I'm happy to touch on the SWIFT question.
Yeah, Mr. Lorber, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, say it again, sorry.
On the SWIFT part of it?
Yeah, definitely. So I do think that to a certain extent, as we talked about previously, there are workarounds that are under development or have been developed by our adversaries. China, we talked about with the potential CBDC, as well as Russia and the mirror payment system. On the SWIFT side, I actually think that the threat of a sort of a European defection from the US-led financial rail system may not be as immediate as some were worried about even a few years ago. So remember that the Europeans set up INSTEX following the US withdrawal from the JCPOA as a way to facilitate trade with Iran that was outside the US sanctions jurisdiction. I think there was one transaction that ended up going through INSTEX. Very, very few did. And so I think to a certain extent there was a lot of talk about it at the time, but in actuality it didn't come to fruition, and certainly I haven't heard of anything along those lines since the Russian invasion of Ukraine last year.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I just want to take a moment to condemn the anti-Asian rhetoric by many of our colleagues in Congress across the aisle, which has emboldened anti-Asian hate, not only in the Massachusetts 7th, which I represent, leaving many of my constituents in fear with their safety threatened, but really threatened our democracy, I think, writ large. And I want to just take a moment to forcefully disassociate myself from remarks made by my colleagues that peddle in xenophobia and fuel violence against the Asian community. I do think we can certainly be critical of the Chinese government and their economic policies without being hateful, racist, or xenophobic in our language. So, Mr. Harrell, you are the former Senior Director for International Economics and Competitiveness with experience on the National Security Council and the National Economic Council. Do you agree that it is possible to talk about China's policies without being racist or xenophobic?
I think it is very important that we be thoughtful in how we talk about and how we discuss the challenge we face from China. It's been heartening here today with this committee to hear several members of the committee note that when we talk about our competition with China and the threat from China, we are talking about the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese government, and we are not talking about the hundreds of millions of ordinary Chinese who we have a lot of common with at a personal level. I do think it is important that we continue to
to be careful about how we talk about this in a politically charged atmosphere, to make sure that we are clear that we're talking about government policies in China, the acts of the state, and that we are not inadvertently kind of sliding into statements against the Chinese people.
Thank you. I hope that my colleagues hear you loud and clear and can learn from that. I also hope they learn to discuss global competitiveness without warmongering. It is no surprise that proponents of the military-industrial complex have already seized on recent events to call for even more defense spending. War should not be the centerpiece of U.S. foreign policy. In today's hearing, let me say that war will not solve our global economic challenges. Rather, the United States can demonstrate global leadership by building partnerships grounded in just economic policies that center human rights, invest in workers, and form lasting relationships. This is how we achieve our goals on the global stage and distinguish our approach from Chinese policies. I'm particularly interested in the U.S. economic approach to the African continent. Africa is a rapidly evolving continent. In 2019, 7 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world were in African countries, and the continent's population is expected to double to 2.5 billion people by 2050. Mr. Rell, can you describe some of the key lessons we should learn from Chinese policies and economic investments in African countries?
I think it is incredibly important that we, as the United States, up our game with respect to engagement in Africa. I think there have been a couple of very positive steps over the last couple of months. I think President Biden's African Leaders Summit provides a useful foundation to renew diplomacy and economic engagement across the continent. And I think trips like Secretary Yellen and Secretary Blinken's recent trips to the continent help build on that foundation to deepen ties. I do think that we are potentially, for the Biden administration, it is potentially further along in its thinking with IPEF and with APEP, initiatives for the Indo-Pacific and for the Americas Partnership, than it has been on some of the specific economic deliverables and initiatives for the African continent. But I am also confident that that is coming out of the African Leaders Summit, and we're going to see more robust engagement. I do think we're well positioned for renewed engagement in Africa because the shine has really come off of the kind of Chinese debt diplomacy of the last decade in China. We are seeing countries in Africa and elsewhere, but particularly in Africa, see some of the downsides of letting Chinese companies come in with low standards for mining, for manufacturing, for the environment, for labor, and for human rights. And so you are beginning to see African governments put a pause on Chinese projects.
I'm almost at time. Thank you so much. I do strongly believe the U.S. has an opportunity to be a fair economic partner with African nations and to foster a global economy that truly works for all. Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here all day today. I appreciate it. Mr. Willems, I have a question for you. The Asian Development Bank is probably the most important development institution in the Asia-Pacific region, addressing regional development problems using financing in the form of grants, loans, and advisory services. However, beginning in 2014 with the New Development Bank and in 2016 with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, China has created its own rival banks while still itself getting loans from the Asian Development Bank. I believe China received the second most amount, accounting for 14% of the bank's outstanding loans. There have been discussions with the Asian Development Bank about possibly stopping loans to China because even though China likes to say it's a developing country, we don't think it is anymore. Do you think, but they haven't made a final decision, do you think China should still receive or should stop receiving loans from the Asian Development Bank? And what advantages does China get by continuing to receive these loans?
So thank you for the question, and I agree. I think China should not receive loans from either the World Bank or the Asian Development Bank. And I don't have it in front of me, but if you look at the World Bank's Articles of Agreement, it talks about the countries that should receive loans are those that don't have the liquidity themselves. So what you have here is China actually getting the loans instead of those who actually need it. And so I think in both of those institutions, we need to try to work with allies to create a situation where China is no longer getting loans. Because if they can do Belt and Road, if they can do the AAIB, they clearly don't need the ADB or the World Bank.
Exactly, and I love you're saying that they're taking 14% of the pot of money here that could be going to other people, and you just mentioned Belt and Road, and I guess that's been around for what 2 decades or so, and I think the estimates last pegged China's lending to the development world at $1 trillion. I think it was the last estimates in the last couple of years, which would make them bigger than the World Bank and IMF. So, and these loans though that they're giving out to these developing countries are usually shorter term, higher interest rates. And we're seeing now Pakistan said it wants to renegotiate Belt and Road Initiative payments, accusing Chinese companies of inflating the cost of construction by $3 billion. Beijing, Laos or Sri Lanka, and I think some other African nations have asked to restructure and delay repayments or forgive billions of dollars, because of the high interest rates and everybody coming out of the pandemic. Because of what these loans that China has done through Belt and Road Initiative, and now these developing countries are look like they're being harmed even worse than we thought they were going to be. What roles should we and other international financial institutions have in addressing the needs of these developing countries that receive funds from the Belt and Road Initiative and now are in need of debt relief?
Yeah, so 2 comments on this. The first is, the hypocrisy from China is thick, right? China goes around and says it's the defender of the multilateral system and it's a responsible international stakeholder, yet it's the outlier in refusing to restructure these debts. And so I do think we need to work with allies to pressure China to change its position. The second point I would make is we need to help prevent these countries from getting in that position in the first place. And one of the issues that I think we need to focus even more on is our development tools, the DFC and others, in figuring out how to provide a robust alternative to China so that these countries aren't taking Belt and Road money to begin with.
Okay, but we have to make sure, we've got to make sure that taxpayers aren't bailing out these bad loans, because.
Agree.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, so what type of pressure, because I don't know if IMF or World Bank coming in and renegotiating these loans is going to work, but so what kind of pressure can we put on Beijing to make them do it?
So I think one of the things we want to do is work with G7 partners. And the United States alone doesn't have the voting shares in either of these institutions to be able to leverage change itself. It needs partners. And so we need to get those partners who have enough voting shares to actually make a difference. We need all of them to band together on the same, get on the same page and pressure China, and that's the best way to do it, in my opinion.
I appreciate those answers, and I'm out of time, so I yield back. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for holding this necessary hearing today, and I want to thank our expert witnesses for appearing before the committee. I'm glad that you're here to elaborate on the various ways that the Chinese Communist Party is challenging the United States' interest on a global scale, whether it be through unfair trade practices and ignoring of international sanctions, undermining of the SWIFT banking system, expansion of influence through the Belt and Road Initiative, or simply military aggression. We are seeing a multifaceted campaign from Beijing to catapult China to the forefront of global markets and the world stage. We have a responsibility to our children and to the next generation to own the 21st century as the United States. No longer do we have the luxury of waiting for tomorrow, as we are locked in a competition for America's global standing today. So the work that we do here and have done over the last 2 years will be key to positioning our country for the economic fight to come. I'm proud to say that House Democrats have delivered and laid the groundwork for American success through strategic investment in our people, our production, and our infrastructure. The CHIPS and Science Act ensures that the technology of the future will be made right here in America by union members with good quality jobs And as the high-tech manufacturing sector evolves, our production capabilities will grow right along with it. However, other investments were necessary to rebuild our crumbling roads and bridges through the bipartisan infrastructure law, which will allow American businesses to bring their goods to the market faster and at a lower rate. Meanwhile, the Inflation Reduction Act delivered support to the nearly 60,000 manufacturing employees back in my home state of Nevada, while ensuring that the United States will lead the way forward on clean energy. Now, these are just some of the examples, and I know my colleagues on the other side will propose additional ones, and I hope to work with many of you on those efforts. But I believe that we should be focused on also supporting and investing in American companies and the American workforce. For decades, investments, manufacturing, and our supply chains had to be offshored to China by multinational corporations that saw opportunities for ever greater returns. I am particularly worried by the large investments from the Thrift Savings Plan and other retirement accounts into companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. Nevadans don't need to have their retirement accounts investing their hard-earned money into companies and funds that are actively competing against us. While I applaud President Biden for his recent executive order barring investments in certain military or surveillance companies, it remains that U.S. investors hold over $1.2 trillion in equity and debt issued by Chinese entities. These investments should be made here at home to the benefit of American companies, communities, and workers. To make matters worse, while the companies American firms have invested in may appear privately held, oftentimes they are still working at the behest of the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Harrell, given all that we know about the difficulty to disentangle Chinese state-owned enterprise from private firms, do you think it is appropriate for the administration and Congress to consider further restrictions on American investment in Chinese firms? Are we essentially shifting money away from our domestic sectors to the benefit of our competitors?
So I do think it is appropriate for Congress and for the Biden administration to look at ways to expand limits on certain U.S. investments in China. I'd recommend in particular that the administration and Congress work to build out the list of Chinese military and surveillance companies where investment is currently prohibited, to potentially include other kinds of companies where we see specific national security risks from the investment in those companies. And I also joined several of my colleagues here in endorsing a narrowly targeted review mechanism for certain outbound private investments in China. I do think it's important to look at both these issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ranking Member, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to really thank the witnesses. You are the experts in this field, and I think it's such a timely hearing on the topic of how we discuss the economic challenges posed by CCP. As you know, it's no secret that CCP, under the authoritarian regime of Xi Jinping, they are trying to displace the United States as the #1 economy in the world and counter the American dream with the CCP's version of the China dream on the global stage. I mean, I am an immigrant who came here to live that American dream, and to see that eroding every year by CCP, I can't tolerate that, which is why, when we see CCP strategically undermining U.S. interests and threatening U.S. economic and commercial interests abroad at every turn, we got to do everything we can to come up with policies that will counter it. We just saw in the last week, CCP is not just satisfied with threatening U.S. economic and commercial interests abroad. It has also sought to violate our domestic airspace and the longstanding international norms with surveillance balloons, right? So clearly, we need to put CCP and Xi Jinping and their reckless actions tamed. So let me ask you with Mr. Lorber, question for you. The CCP has opted to increase its bilateral swap line agreements to further internationalize its currency and rival the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. So as in the case of Russia, these bilateral swap lines are being used to circumvent the US dollars and sanctions. So can you talk about the policies that US can implement to flatten or reduce bilateral swap line agreements between CCP and other countries?
Thanks. Yeah, it's a great question, and I think there are two responses to it. The first response is, in any situation, including like this, where there is a national security threat or potential illicit activity occurring, that is a prime candidate for the use of a targeted sanction. So that definitely does exist in this scenario. I think the second point, though, is that part of the reason that it's been challenging, as I understand it, for China to internationalize many of its financial relationships and have widespread adoption of currency, is the renminbi itself has certain core limitations to it, right? So a degree of exchange rate volatility, capital controls that exist. And so I think the second point I would make is that there is always a distinct possibility and maybe even a probability that the expansion of these swap lines may not occur because of the limitations of the renminbi.
Thank you. Mr. Willems, I have a question for you. You know, the COVID-19 pandemic and the CCP's COVID-0 policy showed that critical supply chains and international commerce cannot be subject to the whims of an authoritarian regime that disregard the basic economic norms. So can you describe any policy recommendations that will help us move the critical supply chains away from China? And as a follow-up, your thoughts on re-engaging Indo-Pacific partners, and allies with our trade agreements.
So I completely agree with your premise, and I do think that that is a lesson from the pandemic. I think that we do need to figure out, can we reduce supply chain reliance on China? Now, I think one unfortunate circumstance has been that this administration has not been pushing for the right policies to do that. And one of the things that I would like to see much more of that I think can be more effective is trade agreements. And to put it simply, if we want our companies to leave China, we need to provide them with positive incentives in other markets to go to. So we need to make it easier to link our supply chains with these other countries. And so I would like to see more trade agreements, in particular in the Indo-Pacific. Taiwan would be a top candidate for me. And then I would also look at renegotiating the TPP, trying to fix it and make it work for U.S. interests.
Great, thank you. I mean, we agree on that. I have one more question for you, Mr. Willems. I've been an advocate for the United States to provide Taiwan, the membership in the international organizations, and I've done that in the first term that I served, and just recently I introduced H.R. 540, it's the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act, to allow Taiwan to be included in the international monetary policy. So I want to get your take on that, and can you describe how getting Taiwan into IMF, for example, could strengthen the IMF and other international organizations? I know
So I have 5 seconds, but I will strongly endorse your bill, and I do think Taiwan's already a member of many organizations.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Please submit for the record.
I heard what I needed to hear. Thank you so much for your endorsement of my bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the witnesses that have been here. In 2017, the People's Republic of China announced with glee that they were going to be giving us $100 million to build a garden in our national park here in Washington, D.C. It turns out they wanted to collect intelligence. They wanted to find out what was happening in our nation's capital, and they have been doing this all over the country. As a representative from Nebraska, I represent Offutt Air Force Base, which is home to STRATCOM. We also, as many of you know, have a very close connection to our nuclear triad, and we have sensitive military assets all over the state of Nebraska. And I found out that through a company called Huawei, cell phone companies, some of them owned by American companies, are providing cellular services using Huawei equipment. On top of this, folks in North Dakota and several rural states are raising the red flag about the Chinese government purchasing real estate in the United States. My question is for Mr. Feddo. During your time working at the Treasury, can you speak to how frequently Chinese real estate purchases came under CFIUS review? Was it frequent or infrequent?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Flood. We implemented the rule. We had a statutory deadline of February 13th of 2020, and we implemented the regulations which made real estate jurisdiction effective at that time. Real estate filings are voluntary. They're not a mandatory filing, but the committee has the power to pull in filings that it deems deserve scrutiny under its jurisdiction. Oftentimes, real estate transaction jurisdiction overlaps with the normal jurisdiction of the committee, and so it's hard to say which ones might be real estate-related transactions, but the concern about proximity, which you're describing, is something that the committee and its members, especially the member agencies, the Justice Department and the FBI in particular, are very concerned about and very alert to. So that piece is addressed. There's a list of almost 200 military installations and other facilities that are published by the committee that relate to real estate jurisdiction. So to the extent, and those are provided by the agencies within the committee that have the subject matter expertise to say, this facility is sensitive and should be within the real estate jurisdiction of the committee. And so to the extent there's a facility or an installation that's not in there, that's on the committee and its member agencies to dialogue and tweak it so that there's appropriate coverage for something that's sensitive.
It seems to me like Congress needs to take this very seriously, maybe make it mandatory that the reporting happen. And as I read the regulations now, you know, in the case of the Chinese garden, that was roughly 2.7 miles away from the U.S. Capitol, 4 miles away from the White House, yet CFIUS's jurisdiction is defined as 1 mile from the base. It seems to me like we could be making some changes in the way our statute reads so that we are requiring a better look at some of these concerns.
Maybe. I would say that the committee, the full committee and all the member agencies, including DOD and those that have a stake in this issue of proximity and spying and collection of intelligence, we're all very involved for 2 years in scoping this out. And one concern I would have, and as you consider what to do going forward, is to the extent real estate jurisdiction is scoped so broadly, it may consume everything that CFIUS does and sort of make it limitless. And
I do appreciate your concern there, because I think we can draw this in such a way that draws everybody into a circle and we could waste some government resources. Do you feel confident that CFIUS's current review process gives us the ability to police what I think a lot of folks in North Dakota and Nebraska and other communities are saying about the CCP's efforts in real estate?
I do, to the extent it's a clear national security issue related to a U.S. business or to an installation or to something that gives it a hook. If it's more of a raw real estate transaction, that may be another question for another authority within the government.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the panel being here. You are all experts on China, the threat emerging from China. You know, as we look at things as a counterintelligence officer myself, who protects our national security, as somebody who's flown recon operations in international airspace, not violating other countries' sovereign airspace territory has been seen in recent days. We have a real concern here, and I think one of the greatest threats to U.S. national security in relationship to China right now is not on the battlefield, but it's in that area where a great transfer of U.S. wealth is going to build the Chinese economy, whether that's state-owned businesses, whether that is their foreign investment in infrastructure done with American credit, or whether that is the actual buildup of the People's Liberation Army. With this, Mr. Williams, you've highlighted, you know, firsthand how export controls, restrictions and subsidies received by China on the global stage are becoming a threat. One of the things I'd like to learn, first of all, before we get to a situation of a kinetic conflict between the United States and China, how can we provide an off-ramp for China to do right by the United States and themselves, as well as U.S. companies really leading in this space to have good behavior that's going to reward America and not allow China to continue to take advantage of us?
So I think what I would start with is the need to bifurcate the kinds of activity that we have with China. On one hand, there are things that can clearly contribute to their military development, that can raise national security threats, and we need to crack down on that kind of behavior. On the other hand, we want to maintain linkages with China where we can. Right. And I think there's been a lot of conversation today about distinguishing between the PRC and the Chinese people. And it's important to maintain that distinction, and it's important for us to have our companies engaging directly with the Chinese people themselves. And I think from someone from Iowa, having more exports into China is good. It helps Iowa farmers. I also think looking at our financial services industry, they need to be on the ground in China to do business in China and to be globally competitive. So let's maintain those links while cracking down on the ones that are problematic.
Mr. Williams, I think you've hit the point head on. One of the bills that I'm looking at introducing here is neutralizing the Unfair Chinese Subsidy Act of 2023. What this really looks to do is to identify the way in which the Treasury Secretary could develop a strategic plan today and a timeline to work with our allies in order to seek China's compliance with international export subsidy standards. This goes to both a multilateral, which you've spoken to, approach with our allies, as well as a very targeted bilateral pressure towards China. So the follow-up question here, what levers would you recommend the administration utilize, maybe those levers that are not being utilized, and how could we move forward with this in a pragmatic way?
So I like where your legislation is going, and I will say I think it's part of a broader approach. And so on one hand, we do want to engage with the OECD and enforce these rules against China, and I think we should talk about how to do that, how to work with allies and partners to put that pressure on China. At the same time, we don't want to race to the bottom with China, but we do have an export credit agency, XM Bank, that can provide an alternative to what China is doing. And I've had a couple recommendations earlier today on how to loosen some of the strings around XM so it can provide a meaningful alternative. Things like having their China Transformational Exports program that cuts through red tape, things like allowing them to take a little bit greater risk to make sure that we're actually in the same level playing field as China.
Excellent. Mr. Williams, I would echo here with the chair, this can be truly a bipartisan effort, that we need to have a strategy towards China today, not a strategy that develops after an incident occurs and that we are in a reactive posture. We have the opportunity to lay out a clear roadmap here on how the U.S., China, and our allies can mutually be successful rather than locked in this long-term strategy of adversarial relationship that regretfully could end up in a kinetic situation. So with that, I would reach across the aisle to my colleagues to support what could be a bipartisan lever here on holding China accountable for their Subsidies Act. And again, I want to thank the committee for hearing from this incredible group of witnesses and your expertise in the area. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for taking time to come and speak to us today, given the events occurring over the weekend, the Chinese spy balloon crossing, the breadth of the United States with what appears to be a clear attempt to spy on our military assets. I'm really glad that this first substantive committee hearing we're discussing this important topic about the People's Republic of China, the Communist Party's, Chinese Communist Party's threat to our financial institutions and economy, but also our national security and our way of life. I have a question for Mr. Feddo. As a free market conservative, I read your testimony, and I'm particularly interested in your comments on how we can mitigate our risk while also maintaining a strong, open, free market investment environment.
Thank you for the question. What I'm focused on primarily in the written testimony is this notion of creating a new outbound screening investment regime, a new committee and a new bureaucracy to go with it. I tend to be a little shy of expanding government, and I want to, if we need to do it, to make that decision based on facts and on a rational basis, and make sure that it is tailored to the problem we've defined. Here, I'm not sure we completely understand what we want to try and stop. I don't dispute that there is a national security risk that may need to be, the gap may need to be closed. And Mr. Ash, you can help me here, I think, in a second. But what my thought is to use something like what Mr. Barr is proposing, which is an expansion of the CMIC list, sort of a combination of the use of sanctions and export controls. It would be nimble, it would be precise, it would be clear to private actors what is in and out of scope. And, but first, whether we go the committee route, and I've outlined a series of questions we really do need to answer before creating a new bureaucracy, or whether we go a sanctions route, we need to be very clear what it is, where the national security risk is, and that's, I think the intelligence community can help with that.
So you make note that the previous Congress and the Biden administration had considered creating a new government agency with very broad powers, and that would even oversee American firms and their allocation of resources and property and capital outside the United States, not just limited to China. And I believe your analysis of creating another bureaucracy with undefined and far-reaching powers, it certainly spoke to me and my constituents as an extreme version of overregulation and perhaps growth-stifling policies that could have a chilling effect on U.S. companies. So I'm wondering, you mentioned in your comments that CFIUS has some existing jurisdiction that could potentially be utilized here with the goals of regarding the threat of China through sanctions of Chinese military companies, modifying export restrictions, and building a comprehensive record of the risk gap. And I appreciated your line of questions there. I do hope that we will also take a look at things in the whole of Congress: espionage attempts, hacking attempts, attempts to steal U.S. technology, companies owned, debt held, land purchased, other national security threats by the PRC and the CCP. I'm wondering if you have any comments finally, and this could be directed at really any of the witnesses, Mr. Willems, Mr. Eshuk. Should we be concerned that outbound investment screening can go too far? And what are your comments on that?
Sure. The answer is yes, especially when you're discussing financial investments. One example from ECRA and FIRMA was this concern over risks presented by joint ventures between American companies and Chinese companies, and even that was a very expansive concept, blocking a particular kind of business transaction through the process, the legislative process that these committees went through. Came to the conclusion that it wasn't really about the joint venture, but rather what technology could be transferred. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we need to do here. Is it just that an investment is outbound, or what's at the root of the concern? And then do we have the authority? And my bet is we probably do have the authority.
Yeah,
we just need to tweak it a little bit.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, do you have any? You were nodding your head.
I agree it can go too far, and happy to elaborate in writing.
Thank you. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our first hearing, the House Financial Services Committee is highlighting the existential threat of China. In that vein, I'd like to thank the chairman and his leadership and my colleagues for their invaluable contributions, offering no less than 17 bills aimed at deterring CCP aggression. I'd also like to offer some observations and recommendations of my own. Currently, we are allowing the genocidal Chinese Communist Party access to trillions of dollars through our capital markets. Echoing Chair Luetkemeyer, we're directly subsidizing the CCP's military modernization and enabling its horrific human rights abuses. While we spend nearly $1 trillion on our own defense, we diminish that very investment as China uses revenues from our capital markets to flout the rule of law in the South China Sea. Case in point, the CCP was able to develop a brand new warship, the Fujian, because Beijing raised more than $8.6 billion back through 2015. So, Mr. Willems, looking at your written testimony and perhaps sanctions towards the CMIC, the Chinese Military Industrial Complex, what might you envision that we do as a Congress to prevent the United States from essentially building carriers and battleships that are being used against our allies?
So I think there are two things I would look at here. And the first is which you alluded to, which is the CMIC, making sure we are plugging all applicable gaps and we're covering all types of financing that can go to those military companies. So that's number one. The second one is on export controls. And export controls can be a tool to prevent our technology from going to China that can be used to support that exact same military development. Now, I think as I alluded to in my testimony, the way in which you do export controls, however, is critical. It can't just be the U.S. alone. It needs to be coordinated. Otherwise, other countries can step in and supply the same technology. So I would use both CMIC and export controls, but both of those tools need to be carefully coordinated with others.
Yes, sir. As a follow-up to the committee, as an economist, I look at the current state of China, and I see some economic vulnerabilities. And I think there's evidence to document that much of their economic data is actually fabricated. So as we look as a Congress, how do we go on offense and, quite frankly, take advantage of their economic weakness and assert America's dominance in the global marketplace?
So I think one thing that we could do more of and be better at is identifying vacuums before they manifest themselves. So in the case of Russia, I doubt Russia is going to be the same state sponsor of whatever around the globe that it has been. That's creating a vacuum. Venezuela is a good example. As we've seen, China's moved in. Well, the economic weaknesses you point out are limitations on China's ability to do that, and it's even more acute if the U.S. is there to meet them at that challenge. So I think anticipating where those gaps are going to be is wise policy for the U.S.
Beto, anyone else?
The other comment I would make on that, it's a great question, is, if that's the objective, then taking away the easy wins for them makes a lot of sense, right? So to your conversation earlier with Mr. Williams, if you're in a situation where they are able to secure financing for a wide range of civil military activities, taking away that avenue means that if they want to continue to maintain that pace of development and that pace of deployment, means that they'll have to find that money and those assets somewhere else, which makes it costlier and riskier for them to do so. So I think it's a twofold approach. It's identifying the vulnerabilities and then also plugging what we think of are the easy ways that they're able to access U.S. financial markets.
Well, look, I would just add that I completely agree with where you started with this, which is to say that their economy is probably not growing as fast as they want us to all think it is. They're more vulnerable, and there is a lot of division even within the Chinese Communist Party. Xi Jinping is not as secure in his position as many of us often think and has his own vulnerabilities at home. And so I just think through our intel community, through the way we do business, we need to recognize where those vulnerabilities are and exploit them. Because, again, China is not a monolithic state. They are more unstable than we actually realize. And I think trying to figure out where that instability is and putting a finger on it is good for the United States.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the panel for being here. This has been a long day. You all are amazing and very much appreciated. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panel, yeah, long day. You guys been here a minute, man. I'll give you that. A couple things. Obviously, the economic issues, threat, however you want to categorize it, with China are extensive. And as a nation, we have a lot of work to do, a lot of work. One of those areas of focus of mine and frankly for our country should be in the energy space. As we've learned over the last year, it's critical that the U.S. really strengthens its domestic energy supply. And strengthening our energy supply is probably the biggest investment we can make in our economy. The second biggest, I would argue, largely comes out of this committee with financial regulation and the regulatory environment. On Thursday, I'm introducing legislation that is called the Protect American Energy from China Act. This legislation will prohibit federal funds from being used to implement a memorandum of understanding signed in 2011 by the Department of Energy and the Chinese Academies of Sciences. The MOU addresses the sharing of information, equipment, personnel, etc. Mr. Ashu, could you speak to the importance of protecting the integrity of the U.S. Energy sector, why that's critical to our economy?
I can, Congressman. Thank you for the question. I don't think we've come near energy today, so this is an important one to touch upon. Speaking from an export control perspective, it's worthy to remind the committee that the Department of Energy is one of the regular members of the interagency that approves all licenses, and that is important for two reasons. One is there's a lot of fairly standard ideas around energy, but there's a lot happening in the emerging space. And it's really critical that we get our licensing right, that we protect what we need to protect, and that we allow collaboration where it makes sense for American innovation. So in that respect, as a technology-driven industry sector, it's important that we get that balance right.
All right, no, I appreciate that, Mr. Fetto. I mean, you guys can all comment however you feel about it. This is kind of the free-for-all time of this committee. You can kind of do what you want. So if anybody else wanted to comment, I think you can go right ahead. That's fine.
I would just say our investment screening tool, CFIUS, frequently looks at energy-related investments to ensure the technology that Mr. Ashu referred to is protected and doesn't fall in the wrong hands.
I'm going to tackle this from a slightly different angle. I agree with my colleagues, and I think that there are, again, these restrictions and things that we need to put in place. But on the other hand, the other thing we need to be doing is unleashing American energy exports around the world. That is good for our economy. And so I do think that in addition to restricting where we need to restrict, we do need to think about where China is a market that can benefit our economy and take advantage of that. Because again, Chinese purchases of U.S. products is subsidization for U.S. innovation.
Agreed. Real quick, Mr. Lorb, I got a question for you in particular. You know, obviously, we have a lot of businesses that do a lot of various things in China. What are some of the best ways you think that we can protect American businesses from, you know, covert espionage, the CCP, IP theft, and, you know, really weaponization against our businesses with shell companies here in the U.S.?
It's a great question, and there are multiple sort of ways to think through it. Now, first and foremost, obviously companies have an obligation to protect themselves, or at least most of them do, right? But I think beyond that, there's a twofold answer to it. One is in situations where you think there is or is likely to be intellectual property theft or some type of corporate espionage, so on and so forth. U.S. government having the appropriate tools to say to the Chinese, that's not acceptable, and we will sanction you, will designate an entity or whatever it may be as a result. On the question, I think, which is a little bit different of the shell companies that you mentioned at the end, I mean, the United States it is in sort of the mid-level stages of putting into place an effective and robust system to understand who is behind front-end shell companies that have registered in the United States. And once that is fully implemented, which should happen hopefully within the next year or two, I think that will be an equally impactful way to prevent exploitation of U.S. markets.
Well, expound on that thought a little bit. We're in the middle of the game and actually figuring out how to ferret this stuff out?
So, right. So, as was discussed, the Corporate Transparency Act and the Anti-Money Laundering Act were passed within the last 2 years. So, U.S. regulatory authorities are in process of rolling out the relevant rulemaking that's required under those pieces of legislation. So,
the gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much for holding this important hearing to combat the economic threat from China. And I would sincerely like to thank all of the witnesses for being here. I know this is an all-day event, but your insight is very valuable to us. You know, today we're seeing heightened Chinese aggression on multiple fronts. And we just saw this week alone the Chinese balloon, which we have spoken about several times. It's critical that the Committee on Financial Services that were mobilized in our financial and oversight tools to address the China challenges. Later this month, I'm planning to introduce a bill to direct the Comptroller General of the United States to study the illicit financing associated with synthetic drug trafficking. As you know, I'm on the border in deep South Texas, so drug trafficking and China's involvement is very important to myself and to my district. You know, this study will outlay for Congress the business model that organizations are carrying out with the trafficking and how they move and hide illicit gains, and what the U.S. government can do better when it comes to fentanyl money laundering. So again, this is something near and dear and impactful for our district. So I'd like to ask you all if you all have any kind of clarity on the ties between the Mexican cartels and the Chinese Communist Party. If you've seen any ties, distinct ties, or know of any ties.
I'm happy to take the first cut at that question. It's obviously a very, very important one. And I know that starting really in 2017 during the Trump administration, the Treasury Department began looking very earnestly at illicit fentanyl trafficking generally, but specifically those networks and their touch points with jurisdictions, including China. In terms of specific ties, we have seen publicly reported information from the Treasury Department, as I was discussing with a colleague of yours, about Chinese companies that are making precursors to fentanyl and shipping those fentanyl products to Mexico, which are then finding their way across the border into the United States. So there is some limited information that's been public. With that being said, I do think a study commissioned to further explore that information is, the goal of getting that, I think, is a worthwhile endeavor. The other point I will make on it as well, and this is a conversation I was having with one of your colleagues, it's very important to have the relevant regulatory authorities in the United States publish as much information that is digestible by the private sector as they can in order to arm the private sector with that information to detect, disrupt, and deter such activity. So FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network at the Treasury Department, has done a really good job over the last few years of publishing in-depth guidance documents that are meant to tell financial institutions, this is the type of activity we're concerned about. This is the type of activity that you should focus on as financial institutions. And I think that's made a real impact. This would seem, if it's a priority, it seems like it absolutely is, to be a good candidate for that type of activity as well.
So what I'm hearing is that the GAO should make a first step in actually trying to find the flow of the money and stop the flow of the drugs and people across our borders. So a study, you feel, will be beneficial to the House.
I think that's right. I also do think that it would be very important to have Treasury work, not collaboratively, but sort of in parallel tracked, because I think that the Treasury Department will have access to additional information that the GAO may not have access to, which could be useful in providing information to the private sector to help disrupt and deter.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Thanks to the witnesses for being here today. I know it's been a long day, and I want to thank Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters for holding this hearing. Mr. Fetto, you served as the first ever Assistant Secretary for Investment Security and oversaw the implementation of the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, which passed on a strongly bipartisan basis. Can you please elaborate on the effectiveness of FIRMA in ensuring a welcoming investment climate while protecting our national security interests?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think what makes that balance, the way the law has been drafted and the regulations have been implemented, it's got limited jurisdiction focused on specific things. For example, the control of a U.S. business by a foreign person gives jurisdiction, but the paradigm, the lens through which that is looked, scrutinized, is a national security lens exclusively. So And there's a enumerated list of national security factors that the government considers on whether or not to clear a transaction. Similarly, with non-controlling jurisdiction, minority investments that give some level of influence or access over the U.S. business, it's been limited by the Congress to very specific areas, something related to collection and maintenance of sensitive personal data, the business relates to critical technology that's export controlled, or it relates to a company that utilizes or is involved with part of our country's critical infrastructure. And so because of the precision with which those areas of jurisdiction are defined and very clear rules, the private sector has very clear swim lanes on what is of concern and what isn't. Further, it's a voluntary process, so it gives some latitude to the private sector to understand there really is an open investment environment.
Thank you. So there's been some concern obviously raised over TikTok. However, similar concerning situations are present in our financial systems as well. Two prime examples of that, of broker-dealers that are subsidiaries of Chinese parent companies, are Webull and Moomoo. According to Webull CEO Anthony Denier, Webull is both a U.S. and Chinese company. Our technology team is based in Hunan, China, while all of our customer-facing and brokerage operations are New York City. That's a quote. The company also is partially owned by Xiaomi, a Chinese company whose consistent security concerns led to their temporary inclusion on a U.S. Department of Defense blacklist in 2021. Moomoo is owned by Futu Holdings, which has close ties to Tencent, a company with known ties to the CCP. Concerns about these companies have been echoed by others on the Hill, with these companies the focus of letters from Senator Cotton to the Director of National Intelligence, and from Senators Tuberville, Braun, Scott, and Marshall to the SEC chair. With millions of Americans using these apps, how concerned should we be about the potential for personally identifiable information or other user data to be shared with parent companies with strong ties to the CCP?
Very concerned. This is a data economy, and it's very clear what the PRC views about the importance of collecting as much information and as available and possible, and leveraging that for its own use and advantage. And so,
in the interest of time, just to that point, so if it's very concerning, what do you think should be done to address that in a meaningful way to protect the privacy of U.S. citizens and companies?
So if it's a CFIUS transaction, if it's one that's within jurisdiction, then that would be something that I think the committee would want to look at. And when I was at Treasury, I frequently got letters from members bringing to my attention transactions of concern. Some of them weren't within jurisdiction, but we very seriously considered every letter we received.
Thank you. The chairman's time has expired. I'd like to thank the witnesses on behalf of Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and the members of this committee for their testimony today. I know it's been a long day. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. And with that, much to your delight, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.